everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome to the very first inaugural pilot episode of SOBR, the Star Onion Brigade review. We are the Star Onion Brigade. This is our free company in Final Fantasy XIV, and this is our very first episode of, well, what I hope will be the very first of many episodes of SOBR, which is our new project to basically just have a discussion from different points of view. So it may not be the same panel of people every time, and we're going to be definitely discussing different types of topics every time. It may not all necessarily be Final Fantasy XIV related. We'll have to see, just kind of feel things out. That's what our goal is, to have a nice discussion with all of our lovely people here, and get some different points of views, because, in a free company, everybody kind of comes from different walks of life and has different experiences, different things that they are looking for in anything that we do, not just playing video games, but also when we go out and try out different things in the real world as well. So I thought it would be a really nice exercise to, instead of just having the echo chamber that is a single stream and single, maybe like a single guest opinion, where we kind of like, you would kind of have a probably similar viewpoint, or like a singular viewpoint to discuss. We'll have a panel of people to maybe facilitate a little bit of debate, flesh things out a little bit more, and then see what we agree on and what we disagree on. So on today's panel, I have three guests here. I will start by introducing myself. I am Sparkling Parfait. In game, I am Kirameki Parfait, and what I am largely focused on is, definitely the story, and more specifically in the story, the writing and how that kind of develops. Like, the pacing is very important to me, to make sure that it makes sense. I guess a better way to put it is, I like it to make logical sense. Like, instead of just writing off as it's just that way because of magic and for plot reasons, I would prefer it to be, this makes sense as a natural progression for the story or character to develop in this amount of time, etc. So that's kind of thing that I like, and also music, and how that integrates and works to enhance the story. That's something that I focus on as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and let my panel today introduce themselves, my fellow free company members. From left to right, we have Cinti Parfait, At White, and Choco Thunder. Cinti, go ahead and introduce yourself first.
Hello, I'm Cinti Parfait, aka Cinti, aka Yunaka. I'm a 1.0 boomer and I mainly play for doing all the quests.
Yay! Alright, next up we have At White. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
How you all doing? I'm At White. I'm Eorzea's okayest machinist. I play casually with these guys on Sundays on the raids, and I'm just casual player, and I enjoy the story very much, which is why I stuck around since 2019, which is when I first played this game, and it's hooked me ever since. And hope to make many more adventures for you guys. Maybe we'll do some streams together, who knows.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, At White. Great introduction. And then last but not least, we have Choco Thunder there on the end. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Alright, hello everybody. My name is Choco Thunder, aka Choco, aka That Black Bear. I am a 1.0 boomer as well, like Cinti Parfait and Kirameki Parfait as well. I've been playing for quite some time, sometimes a little bit on and off, but oftentimes making sure that I can just go ahead and take the experience of Final Fantasy XIV in stride. And I like to fully experience the robustness of not only just like the main story, but also experience some things with players. So I am also in our peer as well on other servers, that kind of thing. It's pretty exciting.
Wonderful. Shoutouts to our role players out there and getting representation for that facet of the community, which is a pretty big part of the community. I'm glad that you dive into it so we can get that perspective into anything we discuss as well. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to propose some, topics for us to kind of start off on, and you guys can freely discuss. I may also contribute my own thoughts, but I'm also going to be doing a little bit of devil's advocate to try to encourage us to maybe debate on something just based off on like things that I have heard from around, or any kind of questions that I can come up so that we can flesh it out together and make it more of a concrete thought, especially if we have any criticisms. We want to be constructive about that. So if there are criticisms, like what would be the best way to fix that, and that kind of thinking. In chat, you are more than welcome to join in the discussion in chat as well. I will try to read what I can, so if there's any really good points that you want to bring up and contribute, we can read that off and discuss those points as well. So our first topic is going to be the Dawntrail MSQ. You can see that in the bottom there, we are going to have our topics listed so that you'll kind of know where we are at. And if there's any part that you maybe don't want to hear about yet because you're not caught up, you'll know when to perhaps step away for a few minutes. So our first topic is going to be the MSQ. So I'd like to start with everybody's thoughts on the story. The story first. So perhaps maybe we'll start with the very specific parts of the story that have been considered major turning points. So, maybe the scene with Gulu Jaja and, when the invasion happens. We can also talk about what's leading up to, Wuklamat becoming the new ruler of Tulialal with Kona, and her journey that you go through and experience with her as the Warrior of Light. So let's start with those facets. Cinti, why don't you give us your thoughts first?
About
The first half of the story, basically.
first half of this story was pretty mid. I don't know. I guess with the 2 points you brought up, I mean, we all know Wuklamat was eventually gonna become the leader, as she has repeated herself in the third person many times. So no big surprise there. And I think a lot of people were getting vibes that shoot, what's the Jaja's name?
Baku Jaja?
Jaja.
Baku?
Baku Jaja would be sort of like a Vegeta-esque character where they're enemies at first and then, will eventually turn around. So that wasn't that big of a surprise either, although I do enjoy how that happened.
Really? Explain more about what part of that you enjoyed.
Well, alright, so we knew it was gonna happen, we just didn't know how it was gonna happen. And the fact that, with the power of friendship, I suppose, overcomes everything. And, we basically solved their people's problems, and, in the English dubbing, the tone of his voice was kind of jarring when he finally turns around, but because the way the actor presents him, it was kind of like, whoa, that's a very different tone. Was expecting that, but other than that, what did I like about it? Just me stalling, trying to think.
Anyone else want to chime in? What are at White Choco? What are your thoughts on the first part of the story?
Choco, did you want to go or?
I'll let you go first on this one.
All right. At first, it started a bit slow. You know about Erenville, and he was basically a bridge to establish everything and whatnot. You're just getting a hold of this character, Wuklamat. It's like, okay, yeah, so she's part of some big, ceremonial pilgrimage she's on. Yeah, you learn about the purpose of why she went all the way to Charlian. So, the first part, it's just about the establishing the setting for that, and Tulial was I was super flabbergasted how cool the place was. It's like, woohoo, we're going to Latin America, that's awesome. But it just took a while for the whole thing to establish itself. I guess that's what I really liked about it. But the overall experience of the pilgrimage, I was like, okay, like, you know, because like it isn't as serious than, you know, the past 3 expansions. And so this one was kind of more the, you know, your wall taking kind of taking a back seat on the whole thing. So, you know, the main focus is Wuklamat herself, and you're just literally like observe.
That brings up a very interesting point that I've heard other people comment on, especially other streamers, that the story of Dawntrail is basically the last 10 years condensed into one expansion, and instead of you as the hero and the Warrior of Light, it is Wuklamat, and now you are basically, to paraphrase another streamer, Ardbirding, you are the mentor for Wuklamat, who is, you know, taking your place as the hero in this story, and the different beats that happen throughout the story are similar things that you've gone through as well. Just, you know, now it's somebody else, and you get to sit back and watch and, you know, see how it all plays out.
You know, if I want to go ahead and piggyback on that specifically, there are certain parts where that happens, and a part of me feels like the Warrior of Light is looking at what Wuklamat's doing, and it's like reflecting on his or her own experiences. Like, was that really me during that time? It feels like it was me during that time, but I don't know, because like it's a lot of like looking at her own, like, you know, it's like assassin shows, like, oh god, I'm seasick, which a lot of people Wuklamat getting like sick over a lot of different things, and it's just like you like. She is very boisterous, especially when you meet her during the tail end of Endwalker and going into Dawntrail. Like, she's very boisterous, very confident, and then you realize, you know, it's like that confidence isn't quite really there. It's not a real confidence until you actually start getting a chance to like talk to her. Going over to the Moblins, and I actually really truly like that progression of like going ahead and watching her story unfold, even if, you know, it's like, it's, oh yeah, we're just taking a little bit of a back seat. That's fine. We just got finished saving the star. We can go ahead and play essentially coach / as you mentioned before, mentor to Wuklamat as she goes ahead and goes through her trial.
And I know that the way that they do that, it does hit differently for a lot of people. Like, some people really enjoyed that, and you know, they enjoyed like seeing somebody else go through the journey. They were perfectly happy to be just, you know, kind of sitting back. We're on vacation. That was like kind of the theme when we're going into it, and, you know, the devs even like made lighthearted jokes about that. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be totally cool, you know, just a summer vacation vibe. You just need a break. Nothing is gonna go wrong. Surely nothing will go wrong. Surely. But then I know that there were other people who, you know, it didn't really jive with them because, you know, they're not used to taking a back seat to someone else. So this was like the Wuklamat show, and I know that bothered some people. Did any of you, you know, kind of have any thoughts or opinions on taking a back seat this expansion?
If I may, for that one in particular, it won't be the first time we've done this.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to go ahead and then like take a look at the Final Fantasy series as a whole, even though we are, you know, it's like the Warrior of Light, our story doesn't really kick in properly until, you know, not even during Heaven's Ward. Even though we are truly affected by that, it really and truly starts to hit during Shadowbringers on. That's when like Shadowbringers and Endwalker is really and truly when the story focuses on the Warrior of Light and what they can do, because they are an actual like major figure in the story. That's what they're figuring themselves out to be. But even then, like for A Realm Reborn, it was the Scions, and then you went on to, you know, it's like Alphino and Alphino's struggles, and then you focused along and saw Ishgard's people, and then then you watched, you know, it's like continue to see Alphino grow alongside Alice and the rest of the Scions as well. And then, you know, it keeps on going like that, and then it becomes your turn. And now that your turn is done, now you have another story to go for. In this case, it's Wuklamat's story.
That's a very good point. It is indeed not the first time that we've, kind of watched what other characters grow. But it is the first time that we've essentially spent an entire expansion doing that.
That's true.
Yes, yes. And I think it was probably, my speculation would be that it is much easier for people to kind of digest that in smaller doses, because you do eventually, in those scenes get back to like, oh yeah, like what's your character kind of like thinking and feeling about this, which is, something that relates to like one of my thoughts about the MSQ. Like, as we're kind of going through it, I'm totally fine taking a backseat to this, and let Wuklamat be the main character of this. I'm just on vacation. Don't mind me. You like nobody in Tural has any idea who we are. They don't know what we've done. They who knows how they felt about the final days, or if the final days actually reached them, but they certainly didn't know that we had any part in resolving that situation, so they have no idea who we are. And I was very okay with taking the backseat in that. But what did kind of bother me is that like when during various parts of the MSQ, as Wuklamat is doing her growth, she's going through her trials for this test to become, as the third promise, to become the next leader of Tuliolal. The reactions that they kind of allow your warrior of light to have, they seemed a bit more like narrowly focused than normal. Like normally they kind of give you like a little bit of a spread, and then if one of the dialogue options, for example, doesn't really jive with you, they do at least give you a ... so you don't have to say anything that it would be out of character for your personal warrior of light during those moments. And that was definitely something that I felt was lacking in a lot of that, especially that first part of the MSQ as you're watching Wuklamat learn and grow as a character. Throughout that story is like a lot of the reactions are just like, I don't quite think I would say any of these, but like I just have to pick the closest one. Did anyone else feel that way?
Wait, repeat the question again. I'm sorry.
So during the MSQ, and especially during the first half, which is what we're kind of talking about right now, the dialogue options and choices for your Warrior of Light to make, even though you're kind of taking a backseat to everything, when you do get the option to chime in and give your thoughts, a lot of the times I felt that the options that we were given didn't really jive with how I or my character would react. So, and they used to solve that by giving you the option for ... but that was largely missing for a lot of the MSQ. Did you also feel that way?
If you mean like the disassociation, like what your character is used to when they're having to make the decisions, I think because you're new to this land, you're just kind of absorbing everything. They don't have a whole thing to say aside from you're just there to accompany them, really. And you're the one making these big decisions, and I mean, who knows, like, because Wuklamat is someone you just met, so there's gonna be a little bit of like hints, I guess is the term I could say. Because you're sort of foreign to this land, and so you're just trying to grow accustomed to the things around you. So maybe that has something to do with the pacing, I guess. Sorry,
the pacing is something that I want to get into later. That's a different point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just more thinking about the autonomy of the Warrior of Light during that first part of the expansion, and it kind of like tries to shoehorn you into just a couple different reactions, and a lot of the times it's just like I don't really feel like I like either of these reactions are like fit my persona that I have. I was just curious to see if anybody else felt that way.
I do have some thoughts about that, but I like City Speaks. My bad. Go for it. Go ahead.
Honestly, that happens so much in other games for me that if it does happen here, it's not that big of a deal because I'm constantly complaining about it in other games.
That's totally fair.
That's right. It's like in moments when you're playing things like and the Hoyo games like Genshin or ZZZ, like you also have that trouble that not necessarily trouble. It's just like these choices really right cat right cat.
It's more Star Rail.
So perhaps. So I guess it's something that maybe you're used to in other games for sure, like you said, but it's definitely something that's a bit newer to 14. Well, maybe not necessarily, but it's like we haven't had that kind of situation where we were shoehorned into just a limited amount of choices in a while. So I was taken a little bit aback by that. I think we've kind of covered that pretty well though by this point. So let's go on to the next part of MSQ perhaps, unless anybody else has any last minute thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Only one brief part of that is as a character with multiple alts. In terms of like some of the dialogue choices, there are some things that is like that would pop up during the dialogue choices that I'm like, Shuko wouldn't necessarily say, but like it's like my Lalafell Ralgar would say, because Shoko tends to be a little bit on the nicer side, while Raul is a little more cut and dry and straightforward. So it's just like it's some of the things that's just like that it would fit more like it's like a different style of word. Like so I can understand why it might have felt like a little bit difficult for some word like to go ahead and answer, because some of the questions, some of the responses were maybe not necessarily something that the word would be able to like respond with, especially because of their experiences that they've had.
Yeah, every Warrior of Light is different, so I'm definitely sure that like for some people the choices were fine, but I just thought it was interesting that they kind of limited the choices as option for everybody else. So, all right, good.
Okay.
So let's go on to the next part. Let's actually talk about that big MSQ turning point. The invasion and the death of Gulu Jaja. This is a little bit controversial, which I wanted to get more into later, but just first, let's start with general thoughts, feelings about that scene. How did you all react to that? Did anybody like kind of see it coming? Were you sad? Tell me how y'all really feel.
I was having such a good time, and I felt so attacked at that moment. Oh my god, I'll go like briefly because I have thoughts, but okay, so as the way how the story went, like you got a chance to fight with Zuralja, and another factor is that being able to go ahead and play in Japanese, you get to recognize some voices. You're basically fighting with Jotaro, and that's badass, especially when you're going up against the Valagamanda. And he's like, okay, you understand what he's trying to do. He might be a little misguided, but it's like he has like some of them are a right place. And then the switch happened. It's like, oh, this is jarring. Like from the moment that it's like the dome hit to the duel and the way how that duel went and up to Gulu Jaja's death, it's like everything just went completely upside down, and I wasn't sure how to like process that. I was definitely a mess because Gulu Jaja was fucking amazing. But I was a wreck after that.
Cinti, you seem like you have some thoughts on this?
I had some thoughts on the previous topic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's go back to that really quick then.
Yeah, okay, first half, mid. I'm surprised not many of you guys are complaining about it, but it's alright.
Pacing wise, I definitely think there were some issues, but I feel like it went a little bit more like my problems with the pacing had to do with the character development more than I guess it was a little bit related to the MSQ.
It was nothing special, really.
Yeah, it was cool, and I think it was necessary that it happened, but the execution of it, it was yes, that's a good word for it. It was a bit lackluster, because you spend so much time getting to know the people,
Right.
and it's like you spend all that time getting to know them through Wuklamatsais. not necessarily through your eyes as a third party, which I kind of felt like leading up to Dawntrail, that was gonna be more of your role. Like, yes, like you're not the hero, but you're supposed to be like an impartial third party who kind of goes there, evaluate the situation, and then maybe gives like, you know, a unbiased consultation to Wuklamat, who is, you know, the person who essentially contracted you to come over here and help her out. And instead of doing any of that, you just kind of like went along with whatever she wanted to do.
Essentially speaking.
You're literally Eorzea's ambassador at this point because, you know, you're going to an entirely different continent.
Yeah, we actually don't know that.
So you're ambassador mood.
I think Book was the one who made everything mid. Because, alright, so she has all these flaws that don't make any sense in my head. Like, okay, so she gets seasick, but when she landed in Eorzea, she wasn't sick at all. She was just full of energy, super peppy, and
I was
the complete opposite of how she is when you're adventuring with her.
That is a very good point, and I didn't actually think about that. When she does initially land in 6.55, yeah. She's totally fine, and you'll even go on an island, go to an island with her to, you know, go run a dungeon. She's totally fine there too. There was no hint that she gets motion sickness or specifically seasickness. So that is definitely a pretty interesting inconsistency that they left there, and one that I haven't heard pointed out before.
And I don't like how, or I question her education, because how does she know so, or seem to know so much, but knows so little about her people at the same time? I get that they're using her as a narrative device for you to get to know the people, but I figure if you're going to be a ruler, potential ruler for your people, you would know a little more than what you might not know, or how she appeared to be, rather. Just a smidge.
I actually,
not like everything needs to be a surprise.
Yeah, I actually really agree with that, and I agree with another streamer who had brought this up. I think that she should have been introduced a lot sooner than she was, so that you could deal with her more direct personal growth instead of having that on top of having to, you know, learn more about these people in these new continent. Address all of her personal growth issues and her shortcomings and weaknesses during the post Endwalker MSQ. She could have come along sooner, and I know that they were trying to kind of, most likely, my thought is that they're probably trying to hold off on doing the big Hrothgal reveal, but they've already had something like that in the past during ARR, actually, which Dawntrail is supposed to be our new ARR. With Yugiri, they didn't want to reveal Aura, so they just covered her up. They found an excuse to do that, and there's no reason why we couldn't have found an excuse to cover up Wuklamat as well. Like, maybe she didn't want to be, you know, notice that, you know, she's a Tuliola in here. Maybe she's trying to, like, you know, hide the fact that she's here from her brother, so that they don't realize, you know, what kind of support she's trying to gather to make a real effort to grab for the throne as the third promise. There's a variety of different things that they could have done to, you know, basically just hide her, but still introduce her sooner so that you can help her overcome her personal struggles before we hit Dawntrail and we go to Tural, and you could, you know, maybe like speed up that part where you're trying to get to know the people a little bit, or like get to know them a little bit more in depth instead of like kind of like from a very shallow perspective, or like her naivety, I guess you could say, because I think that would have been a little bit better.
I guess going off of that, I think an alternative solution would have been if she was introduced to being more of a spoiled city girl. It probably would make a lot more sense, but she isn't. She wasn't.
I can definitely understand that. For me personally, I didn't take much of an issue with that. I mean, but it's like I could tell like the word of like, and even myself, it's like, yeah, she's green. No matter how boisterous she is, like she is 100% like green in terms of wanting to go ahead and, you know, it's like be this important ruler, specifically, Dawn Servant to lead all. And the fact that you hold on to that up until the discussion with Gulu Jaja is important because like Gulu Jaja is looking back and just like, yeah, no, I know she's green, but it's like the reason as to why like knowing the Warrior of Light is so important and having him getting your measure is so important is that he's confident that you're able to actually like guide her and help her go ahead and understand her people. And I understand it's a little bit weird to like live kind of like vicarious because essentially that's what it was. You were basically experiencing everything vicariously through Wuklamat. But it's like I saw that as like as a very interesting time, like getting a chance to like get a kind of like a little bit of a, I wouldn't say sampling, but a bit of an understanding of each person in Yogg-Totral as you went ahead and adventured with Wuklamat. And you're able to go ahead and actually understand it and get a firm understanding. But I will also agree that it's like even though you do get a firm understanding, it's definitely rushed through because it's like, okay, you get a chance to beat people. Okay, we got to go ahead and get this key stuff. Okay, you got to beat people. You got to get this key stuff. Yeah, so it gets a little bit. They were definitely like hoofing it during the first half of the MSQ.
I do think you're hitting on a very important part with the pacing issues a lot of people have. Is Wuklamat's character growth is very unnatural, and that is something that I very strongly agree with. Because she goes from being like the most naive greenhorn ever, like, and who like gets seasick and is like completely unqualified to be a leader of any sort, to over the span of basically 5 levels for you as the Warrior of Light, becoming like a strong leader for the people that everybody loves and agrees with, and that just seems very unnatural.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Go ahead.
pacing, like I know because we're kind of on the topic and we might talk about it later, is the whole familial structure with her.
Mhm.
Her family is something that was a big issue with me as well, because like we don't really know the backstory and structure of her. In the within the where she lives, the temple, whatever.
Mhm.
Like we don't know what kind of environment, kind of growth she went through when she was younger. Like it didn't really explore too much of that, which was my biggest complaint in Dawntrail. Like I felt the payoff was just lacking in some parts of the story, I guess, to generalize.
That's interesting because I feel that way about the other
Yeah.
characters in the household and not so much for her.
Yeah, but it wasn't just for her. I do meant the rest of her family as well, like to leave out, not just exclusively.
Actually, that is a very good point. One thing you can gather from Wuklamat is that she absolutely does like love her siblings.
Yeah.
Even Zoro Ja, even though Zoro Ja is like intense, like she has like love for them, but you don't really get a feel for like how Kona.
And it feels slightly
yeah.
neutral in a weird way to put it. I don't know. You can't read him. Zoraja is a very mysterious one. So
You can't really read Zoraja up until the second half and how he felt, but even then, you're just like, this is a man of focus. Family and everything else seems secondary to him. But Kona is just like, was very logistical, which that actually makes sense. He's very logistical. He's very much, I want to go ahead and try to be the technology end, but it's like in the terms of doing that, he had to sacrifice, the people aspect of it, which can happen. And getting like you actually got like some good stuff fleshed out with Kona and Wuklamat, but Zoroja had an entire second half sort of dedicated to him.
And I did feel Kona strangely had the better, build up than Wuklamat, even though this is about her story in a way. But I did feel not because he's machinist, of course not, because I played both of the main jobs they play.
Mhm.
I just felt his build up was a little bit paced better.
I can see
So
that actually. Yes, I
Well,
can
it's
actually
because
see
he
that.
actually had one.
right, he had a payoff. That's what I was looking for, and I was hoping Soralja would have
That is a pretty interesting point.
My
That
bad.
they did a much better job at explaining Kona's character than they did
Right.
with anybody else's because Kona's motivation is that. And they explained it pretty clearly that, like, you know, he was, you know, he thought he was abandoned by his parents. Who knows if that's actually true or not? Dawntrail is
Right.
the expansion of people who don't want to raise their own kids for whatever reason.
Oh my God, you're not wrong.
If you're a parent, you're effed as well.
Yeah,
I
so
just feel this whole tie with family thing is complicated.
Yeah,
I mean, in that perspective.
but yeah, like Kona's motivation is like, yes, he like thinks he was abandoned by his family. He doesn't want his sister to go through that as well because she came after him, and he's like, oh shit, like I suffered through this. I don't want her to suffer through it as well. And he becomes a sister simp, which we all understand that character trope, so we know where he's coming from. We know his motivations. He went to Charlotte and got like shocked by all the cool new tech and then super obsessed with it like one of the sharper image bros. We all know that as well. We understand that, so it's pretty easy to understand Kona's character. It is less easy to understand the rest, especially Zoro Jaw and the others' relationship with him, because they still seem to love and respect him, but we don't know why, because every interaction we have with him is he is a dick.
Okay. I have some thoughts on that.
Oh, sorry. I also wanted to talk about Kona a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Go for it.
felt Kona also had sort of a noble, kind of had more of like a noble purpose in a way. Like I know Wuklamot wants to be, and you know the odds are stacked against her because she's like the youngest. But Kona, he's a little more established, you know, and he's like he wants to improve the technology, and it's kind of nice to see him kind of grow. That technology isn't the only answer to you know the Turali people, but it's to understand, you know, like the whole. I'm starting to begin this as his pilgrimage instead of Pokemon, but yeah, but I did feel he had a much stronger like payoff purpose, like his journey felt a little more touching, I guess, in a way. Even though I don't think most people will see that, but you know, I felt a little more personal towards his side of his POV than the others.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. For me, I have a personal soft spot for Wuklamot for multiple reasons, and I'll just try to like rapid fire off as fast as possible. First off, she's a shonen hero. If we're gonna be really truly straight up, she is a shonen hero, and most shonen heroes start up strong and bright, as in they have a bright future ahead of them, but not so much as they are like bright per se. like what you guys mentioned was actually pretty spot on. It's like she has so much an idea about like how to go ahead and want to lead her people, want to, you know, it's like move her people through, you know, it's like to peace and happiness. But again, she doesn't know anything about that. So her going ahead and actually taking the time to actually explore and realize that shortcoming is, for me, is a huge thing. The other reason as to why I think that, you know, it's like her disposition, her demeanor is jarring is because of the fact that, you know, it's like for a lot of people, and I feel like, you know, it's like this is maybe just a little bit of a generalization, but a lot of people see that as, you know, it's like the power of friendship or the power of heart, because she is very much the heart of all of the siblings. She wants to, and also the heart of Yokotaro specifically, because she wants to go ahead and bring smiles and happiness. And I see that, and she just reminds me of a Ultraman character. She reminds me of an Ultraman host, specifically one Ultraman host that a lot of people had some issue with, and that's Ultraman Trigger, who wants to bring smiles. And a lot of people like that were watching that. Some people were just like, why is that smile stick with him? It's just like, please, like, stop telling everybody the smiles. It's like, yo, with the way how, you know, it's like in Ultraman, Hydra all over the place. You have so many things, and aliens are trying to go ahead and threaten the people. You gotta at least have some happiness up in there. Similar thing that happens with in Dawntrail. You have basically a long campaign to go through, and let's be honest, a political campaign can drain you. But getting a chance to meet the people, you get to go ahead and get more inspired and want to try to inspire them in return. Hell, most of like the latter half of Endwalker was making sure that, you know, to keep people's spirits up, lest they turn into blasphemies. So I understood like her motivation to want to do that, even if for some cases it may seem a little bit, silly. And there's a part where I want to go ahead and drive home the silly part, but you guys might know what I'm talking about with that.
Kind of tying this back into the MSQ, which we were trying to start the discussions with. I certainly thought, I don't know if you all also thought, I definitely thought that this journey that we were about to go on with them, especially after we got to the part with Vali Garmanda, I thought it was going to end up with all three of them sharing the throne, where, Kona represents the head of reason, Zorelja represents the head of resolve, and then Wuklamot there is to ground the two, because those two are both on their extremes, and like somebody needs to be there as the heart to keep them balanced and in check, and it was going to be like a big happy family kind of thing. What was y'all's interpretation of that, and the journey of not Wuklamot and her family up to the choosing of the Dawn Servant?
Yeah, you actually hit the nail on the head. I legitimately thought it was going to be a rule of three between the three of them. That would have been incredibly satisfying, to be honest.
That thought did cross my head as well.
But it's just like where you could tell, it's like where Kona and Wuklamot are both content with sharing the throne. Zorelja is just like, nah, I got bigger ambitions.
Does not want to share.
he don't want to share, and I'm just looking at it going, but
he's the sibling that doesn't go scoot about the other two.
Yeah, but that also lends over to the fact that it's like we didn't really know much of his motivations and how he felt about family. So we didn't really know how he was going to actually, feel about what would happen if Wuklamot won instead of him. What would happen if Kona won instead of him? How would he take it? You would see that with Kona and how he would take it. He would be fine with it, even though he would understand the reservations for Zorelja. He would be fine with it. And you see Wuklamot's no, to at the very least Zorelja and of course Baku Jaja, but we'll get back to Baku Jaja in a bit.
He has one whole chapter coming.
Oh God, yeah. But it's like you get to see. It's just like, yeah, they're siblings, but it's just like there are some things they disagree with. But it's like even then, it's just like having the one main person leading the charge, but still being able to talk with the other two would have been actually a pretty fine resolution.
Cynthia, I think it looked like you might have some thoughts on this. Would you like to chime in?
Oh no, I more or less agree with that.
Okay. So yeah, let's actually get back to discussing MSQ then, unless anybody has any last minute thoughts on this to contribute. We can always come back to Wuklamot a little bit after, but I'd like to kind of continue our path through the story if we can.
This actually is a question that is what I'm about to say. Is a question that ties into what you asked us earlier. It's for Gulu Jaja.
Yes.
Do you think that his death? Did you think that he actually deserved to die? I thought he was going to straight up retire.
I thought it was a necessary plot device, because there was a very real chance that with all of the kids, all three of the promises being, as he had pointed out to you after you fought with him, not currently qualified, there was, it would have been way too easy for them and the people themselves to lean on Gulu Jaja for all the faults and shortcomings that they felt that the children had. So it would have been detrimental to their growth as leaders to keep that character alive, even if he went off somewhere else to go on a new journey, if he wanted to go touring the country again. He would essentially be taking away from them and their growth and their ability to problem solve, and for the people to rely on the new leaders. So I did feel that his death would probably be a necessary plot device, but the way that it was done, I definitely have some thoughts and feelings on that, which was largely that the way that they muzzled the Warrior of Light essentially didn't make a lot of sense to me. it could have been very easily solved just by like adding in like a quick line or two to explain why you were essentially just sitting on your hands the entire time. But for whatever reason, they chose not to do that. And it didn't even have to be in the cutscene. They could have just said it afterwards so that you as the player, not necessarily you as the Warrior of Light, would understand why you did absolutely nothing that entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, from my point of view, it's none of my business, so...
Oh, like, you know, it's like as a warrior, as an outsider, seeing this.
Plus, they said not to interfere.
Yep.
That actually hurts. Oh.
Yeah, because you are still literally part of the thing, right?
I'm not saying that, I mean, yeah, you could have easily prevented it, but, you know,
I
I'm
have
at
a
your
gun.
place. I'm on vacation. I'm just here.
So there's
I have
actually
a
a
gun.
very interesting point of view with that I've heard and that I agree with. You can make a parallel between that scene, the scene with Gulu Jaja, and then later on with Wuklamat when she tries to go up against Sword Old Ja before the second wave of the invasion. Yes, Gulu Jaja tells you not to interfere for honor reasons. It's like, you get that. That's fine. But that kind of goes out the window once Zoro Ja becomes a zombie, resurrects himself, and gets up and tries to attack him again. And then, you know, similarly with Wuklamat later, you know, Alice even insists, it's like, you know, it's like, I know you're trying to do this for honor and for responsibility as a leader to be the one to take him down because it's a family issue, but like, that's also incredibly stupid, and like if shit is hitting the fan and you're about to die, I'm gonna do something about it. So
yeah, I'm with Alice on that one. So it's like, yeah, Wuklamat, I know you want to do this on your own. Your brother's a dick. Your brother is using tactics that I do not approve of. Come on now, let us help.
So that being the case, I did want to get to like what is the difference between Gulu Jaja's scene and that later scene with Zoro Ja, in your opinion, Cinti? At White, I do acknowledge that, you know, you were trying to chime in too, but I wanted to get Cinti's thought on this so he could complete that thought.
No worries, I was just
My stance hasn't changed.
Okay, fair. At White?
Also, so when you were saying stuff about Gulu Jaja, I'm reminded about like why that scene was frustrating that as a white mage, because like I could have healed your ass.
Oh yeah, that was me. I played the entire
Yeah,
thing as a
no,
white mage, and it pissed me off in the same way as with Harsh's Font, where I'm just like, I literally can heal you. What the?
No, that's what I was thinking about the whole time with that. It's like, oh, there you go, white mages.
I like how the one time that problem is addressed is in Stormblood.
I just wanted a little bit of class acknowledgement. That's all.
Yes.
Even if they were like,
no, I feel you.
They said much later, like, oh yeah, like even our healing magics can't do anything, and I'm just like, but you got to try. How come I didn't get to try?
Right?
What about me?
You have reserves. You got the tank.
What about me?
The healers have to eat too.
Right? But look, I give it to Dawntrail that they actually do some classic acknowledgement when you make Jivik people. Like, you know, it's like classic acknowledgement as in most of us have culinarian inside of us. So Cryo going ahead and being like, you're a cook, right? Damn right I am. That's good. That made me happy. Cool Jaja. We could have helped. Some of us could have stepped in. Like, monks have the ability to have super speed. We could have gap closed that shit. And Interruption's like, no, you don't cheat like this, Zoro Jaja. Fuck off.
I think it would have been appreciated if they, at least for that stuff, just said afterwards, you know, like, you know, thank you for letting him retain his honor to the end, even though it led to his death, or something, you know, but like in game kind of speak.
Yeah. Oh man, and his death basically being like the catalyst for, God, like the way how Tuliolal looks afterwards. Yeah, that was like I was having a good time here. Like it was bad. It was a mess and a half right there.
I was more upset that they destroyed my table.
Right. So that was the table that you were talking about when we were like meeting after like that one raid night.
Oh.
And you were like, is that table still there for some people? I don't know. And it's just like, what did you mean? And then during that moment, it's like, that was the table that was gone.
So is it gone?
They just- Oh no, it's restored now. But like,
it's restored now, but it was one of the tables that was definitely gone.
they messed up my table when I couldn't sit at it.
Quickly add in that Soken did really well there, making the town music super happy, and then
Yeah,
sad trombone.
Oh my
He's-
god.
he's really good with elevating mood. stuff. Like,
the music, okay,
Uh-huh.
I have so much to say about the music of this. I feel like that's an entirely different thing.
It
But
is. We'll get to that. There's controversy later, but if you have any
MSQ.
thoughts about it with as it's relating to the MSQ right now, we can get into that much.
the way how the music kicks in when happy moments, joyous moments, great for when you first arrive there. After the attack and you see and you hear the music and it's just like it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely it helps to drive home how serious it is. And it helps drive home, if I may put in a quote, that your summer vacation is over.
So I don't know about any of you, and this is still MSQ related, but when I hit that point, that's when I did my outfit change. I had two glams that I would have had in mind. There was my vacation outfit, which I'm currently wearing right here in game. This is my vacation clothes, but I also had a separate set of clothing for Solution 9 that I knew was coming. I just didn't know how, and I had made adjustments to that to basically be I'm gonna go commit a crime and do some breaking and entering right now. So
Right.
that's what I pivoted to, and it's like, yes, I know that there was like a little bit of stuff to do in between, but like I still changed into like I'm about to go commit crimes right now.
Actually,
Just
thank you for reminding me about that. I actually had to change into my vacation outfit as well. So I'll step away for a brief second to go ahead and change. I'll be back.
I did have a moment where, I mean, I did change outfits at that moment, but for different reasons. Oh, no, I didn't. I had my vacation outfit up until our little getaway with Arnville, and then I changed to a North American outfit.
Yeah, I know a lot of people had the extra outfit change to go to the Wild Wild West. They changed into like cowboys or something, or like,
I mean,
North American. I chose to just
Yeah.
go there as a tourist in my fucking vacation clothes. Sorry, excuse my language. I chose to just show up there in my vacation clothes and be like, oh, look at this backwater place.
it's kind of like the way I dress too throughout my playthrough. Like, I was in Atwhite's saltwater taffy Atwhite, the whole like bikini and the stuff. When I just arrive, it's like I'm going on vacation, and it's like, oh shit mode. I gotta go back to my Endwalker suit,
Yeah.
glamour. And then when I got the Shaloni, I was like, oh, try to do the Trigun era. Bullshit.
So-
Oh my god.
Actually, speaking of Shaloni, I think that's a good part to talk to. I know it's a little bit after where the stuff with Gulu Daja, but I do think it's worth talking about. Although Shaloni was interesting because both a lot and then also not a lot happened in that zone at the same time.
yeah.
There was a lot of stalling, and they were kind of trying to distract us with the trolley. I'm sorry, the train, which we all know is the trolley.
Trolley.
But then at the same time, the parts that I thought would be really interesting to explore, which is like getting to know the natives of that area, which would be the Hetsaro, that nomadic tribe, and like, what they're up to and what their thoughts and everything going on was. And you barely talk to those people. Even their side quests give you like not a ton of insight. You only get a little bit insight into their world and their culture. But you don't really get much on their thoughts. You know that there's the chieftain of that one specific tribe, and the son of the chieftain is interested in technology, but like with reservations that like we still need to respect nature. And you're basically just there to be like, hey, can we take some of your wood from your trees? Cool, thank you, bye.
It's like,
yeah, you like barely talk to them, and I'm just like, wait, but like there's a whole dynamic there that I really need to know about. And they're just like, oh yeah,
Right.
like we just completely trust that Kona will figure this stuff out. And it's like, but you're nature people and you're like not entirely for technology. You're not against it.
Yeah.
And then also like I have like this huge question in mind that is like, it's not super important, but it's been bugging me and it still bothers me. How the heck do you transport that large of an aetherite crystal everywhere? They're a nomadic tribe.
No.
I had the same question,
Go
but
ahead.
you brought it up, so
Forgot what they were called, but it's the buffalo.
the buffalo things I was
Oh,
gonna say.
The Ronique,
Ronique.
yeah.
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 But that thing is huge. How many
It's
Ronique
like-
do you need?
Yes.
Can't figure out why my sit's not working.
Slash sit.
I mean, he's trying to slash sit. It's just not sitting in the chair. He's just not sitting in the chair properly.
Oh, that's so weird. I thought you were just like ground
You're
sitting, but-
sitting in the
I am
You're-
ground sitting, but it's not letting, or I mean, putting me
What-
in the ground sit, but
What
I
happens if you see pose like while in that?
you just cycle through the normal
Yeah.
ground sit positions. I have no idea why
every
it's not working.
every RPer's pain, making sure you can actually sit properly in a chair. I oh god.
You might have
so
to like
many-
temporarily scoot a table to like make room for your character to sit for some reason. I had to do that with this desk, even though it was working fine before. While we were doing our checks the other day. But yeah,
Sorry to derail, but is every race's sit different or?
Yes.
yes.
Every
Okay.
race is very different.
Yes, 'cause
We
I
have,
like
we have a couple in common, but like, you know.
Yeah, but I like the rogues style because they look almost disinterested when they sit down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this pose I have.
It's
One
okay.
of
We
my-
can't see your shoes on the couch behind the teapot. It's the camera angle from
One of the interesting
our
things for
cameraman.
like for the Rothgau sit is it's very it's actually very like peaceful, kind of like almost like a reserved type of sit, despite the fact that with the way how they were described in like FanFest and other things, that they are very much the leaders. They're like powerful aspects of the Rothgau. They are the leader folks, so you would think they would have like a power sit, but it's actually just very nice and very proper, you know. Very interesting type of sit.
You can be a strong, powerful person and a lady at the same time. That's fine.
That is fair.
And then getting us back on topic, Shaloni, thoughts?
Thoughts? Okay, I have thoughts. So I love the fact that with the moment that I got there, Parfait, you gave me shit. It's just like, why aren't you not in your Western glams? It's like
I know I didn't do it
know.
either. So that's why I gave you shit
didn't
because
know
nobody
we were
told me.
going I didn't know we were going to the West. Firstly, again, music, right on there. Like it was so good, just wandering through there.
Yeah, it's a good
get-
track.
Getting a chance to go ahead and go to the various towns, it felt like I was walking through this goddamn Western. Hell, your first cutscene, your first major cutscene, after you go ahead and be like, okay, we can't get a remake, guess we're walking. Your first cutscene is just like, did I step into a Western? Are we in Texas now?
Yes,
Like,
you did.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, okay, there's an actual duel happening. Yeah, like there was so
Yeah.
much to it, and it was great, but we kind of sped through it. It's
We
made
did.
me sad.
Like I
Because-
said,
Yeah.
both a lot happened there and then also very little happened there. It was weird.
I know.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I did all the side quests. I had a great time.
I did too.
I did, and I did them during the MSQ, which was not a common thing for a lot of people to do. That, from what I've seen, so it did give me a lot of depth there into what was happening in the zone. But as far as like learning well, maybe not necessarily like learning about learning about like everybody evenly, the Hetsaru issue I mentioned earlier,
Yes.
and then also like the story that's happening there. You just kind of like you pop in and then you leave.
I get
Yeah.
that. They didn't get a lot of love, but I did enjoy my time doing all the side quests.
Oh, yeah,
and
me too.
learning about the people.
Yeah.
For me, my excuse was because I tried to level my job while trying to pursue MSQ. Like I did a lot of fates there, and so that's what pursued me to do the side quests there.
I
Yeah.
leveled 5 jobs simultaneously while I was going through MSQ so that I could do all the role quests.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Shout out-
also an excuse to complete my shared fates, but that's beside the point.
Shout out to Atwife for going ahead and going full girl with the gun all the way up through Shaloni. Just like, you know what, you would be able to fit up in there perfectly in that.
I mean,
I guess since we already passed the zone, I'm just gonna give a quick
That's-
shout out to Zone 3.
Oh, to Yuktel?
Yoctel.
Ooh,
There was
Yoctel.
definitely okay. Actually, let's talk about Yuktel a little bit and the story there. The culinary stuff in the beginning, like that was definitely fun, and that was like actually my favorite feat because like I like cooking, and I took that recipe and I ran with it to try to figure out how to make that IRL, and I've been making nothing but tacos every week since Dawntrail came out, except for this week when I
It made
finally
us
stopped
so
making
ugly.
tacos. But I loved that. But the more interesting part of the story came from the second half of Yocto with the Mammal Jaw and everything that was happening there.
Uh-huh.
But at the
Baby
same time,
graveyard.
yes, the dead baby grave, the dead baby dungeon.
Oh god.
But at the same
Bakugan
time,
moment.
definitely pacing issues there.
Mhm.
100%. Anyone? Any thoughts?
I
don't.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm really trying not to stick to Bakujaja's story because that was the most impactful of that chapter. But so I'll circle back to the Hothgar, the village in Yaktel where you take Taco Succession. Like I it was like just vastly so detailed. Like the whole thing about falling into those holes is actually based off of a real place in Latin America. I forgot which area it is, but and I wanted to comment on like the different like locations. It's like you have that weird, the place where you fight Bakujaja at, that forest is so different than the very vast areas of that. It's very, very green.
Bioluminescent.
Yeah. Well, not the no, I meant the, when you fight.
top part,
Almost
the top part.
ashen.
Yeah.
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 The
that area.
cinder something. You would think that
There's something. I'm sorry, I forgot name.
you would think I would remember because I go there all the time to do my hunts, but no, I can't remember the name either. It's cinder something.
No, but you're right. I think. Yeah, it's cinder something. Now back to that Mamuja place. Yeah, I did feel that part was the most interesting after the Taco Succession, because obviously it leads to why Bakujaja's being, especially that part when Luke Lamont was saying like, he's saying like, Luke Lamont, she commented that Bakujaja's potentially very strong. He's like, why does he have to retort to cheating? And that's when it reveals, like what's going on with him. And I thought that was a nice bridge to kind of answer what her question, why she brought that up. Later.
Win by any means necessary.
Yeah.
Incidentally, both Bakujaja and Zoralja, I feel like had the same motivation. It's just how they went about it was very different. And while
Bakujaja took accountability, and I feel that was his strongest, part of the story.
Yes. Zoralja like had his own hangups being the resilient son, which like he had something to prove.
Yeah.
And then, but Bakujaja, you realize he also had something to prove, but his weight was, for lack of a better word, greater than Zoralja's was because he's carrying his people on his back.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people. I was like wondering when everyone is already speeding through the MSQ. I was like, why are people feeling bad? It's sort of a spoiler when I didn't get to that part yet because I tried my best to completely block spoilers. Like I've been doing pretty well with that, before I finished MSQ. But I was all like, holy shit, Jaja, I feel bad for you, man.
Yeah. Like
it's the survivor's guilt thing, so I was just like, holy shit, dude.
Up until that point, it's like I thought that was a very interesting time to go ahead and go through that particular feat, the feat of repast, which is very much supposed to be a peaceful one, but it's like the two Mamuja, Zoralja and Bakujaja, take it so seriously. So it's like, but it's food. Even the Mamuja up in Tuiolao love their food. Go to Auntie's. You get yourself a taco. But it's like, and then you realize it's like, okay, so maybe not all Mamuja are similar to how they are in Tuiolao. And then you get to the village in Yaktel and you realize, oh yeah, that's definitely the case.
That was the part that kind of bothered me for the pacing, is that they tried to condense something that we really should have spent more time on, because that is a very major issue that they tried to rush through. And it's like, yes, they did their best with it because they only had basically half the zone to deal with that. But we should have ideally been getting hints of that beforehand.
Yeah.
Because that is a very deep and serious issue, and it doesn't just go away with a wave of a hand because you figured out what their issue is and proposed a solution. These are people who have been living this way for a very, very long time. And realistically and logically, even though, yes, you got the permission from their blessed sibling to talk to them, for them to be just so accepting of that so quickly, that doesn't make a lot.
Unnatural,
It doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
get that, but I also would want to say the people they're fleeing to probably deep down inside also feel that way. So it's like, yeah, you know what? I also don't like sacrificing my baby every day. So, or like
Oh, yeah.
for over the course of at least 80 decades. I mean, 8 decades.
You know, I felt the worst for Mama Jaja, you know, because she's just like,
Yeah.
she just suddenly, she's all quiet, right? You know, formalities aside, with Kingy being a big douche and is like disowning his kid. It's just like, you know what, guys? I'm tired. I'm super tired. Help me.
Yeah.
It's just like, I just felt so bad for her, you know, plea for help and everything. So it's like, I felt Mama, you know, she was the one who sparked the whole like, yeah, shit needs to change. So
Yeah.
in a way,
That part
I
did
felt
make
she was
sense.
the hero.
Yes,
Yeah.
that made a lot of sense right there. My issue was just with how quick they were to accept it, because yes, even though they've been living like this, and they all hated it too. They're like, this is the worst.
yeah.
But they were definitely people who, you know, and they tried to stress this. They felt they had no other choice. For you to come in and be like, hey, look, I have a solution for you. For them to just take that right away doesn't make a lot of sense logically. If they wanted to make it a really clean story, they could have spent a little bit more time on that with just having you try out a sample. That would have cleaned up the story a little bit. But I also understand that, like, since they only had half a zone to do it, because they just introduced that right there, there was no way to really squeeze that in.
Honestly, in previous expansions, they address it during the post MSQ content. That's how they've always done it.
So all of that actually, you guys like bring up a very interesting point, because, you know, as you know, it's like the Malja, their entire way of life basically is turned upside down in a span of time, thanks to, you know, the War of Light and Wuklamat, but mainly Wuklamat. I brought back to a similar time where you had to basically do an entire expansion to convince an entire people that, you know, you can actually coexist with dragons. All of Heaven's War.
Oh yeah, and that made more sense because they were able to take time with it. And yes, like, you know, the time to address that and to actually do the test would be in the post MSQ. But before that, having them all just like very quickly accept you, that's weird.
Yeah. I think the only way how it might be just like a little bit better in this one is it's coming from a potential ruler candidate within Tural, Yog-Tural, because back in Ishgard, you're a goddamn outsider. Like, yeah, you're part of the other side, but you're a goddamn outsider. What are you go ahead and try to change people up?
I think that's a good point. So you think maybe because the parents are okay with you because their son's okay with you, like that kind of sped things along?
I think it's more Bakul Jaja than anything.
Very much Bakul Jaja, very much the parents as well. But I also agree that yes, basically the flip of, okay, yeah, we can try to see if we try to go ahead and change our ways after you go ahead and defeat, you know, basically Guru Jaja at his best, which, goddamn, that fight was intense. Like, that was, I will agree, like, that was definitely jarring, but I also agree with on Cindy's part that hopefully you're going back there, hopefully go back in the future, future patch to go ahead and actually flesh them out a little bit more, because, again, the Mamoja are actual interesting people.
It would make a very good Allied Society quest.
Yes. Oh my
I was
God,
gonna
yes.
say, I hope they put that in the next expansion, you know, to expand more the Mamuja.
I do like how they bring back that, you know, it's like we had one blessed sibling go into Eorzea, but they never came back. We're assuming that they failed. I don't know how that happened.
Now that you brought up blessed siblings, I did tell this. Talk about this in Discord, like how there is a particular mob you fight in the Wanderer's Palace. Cynthia knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They mentioned that guy's name at Shpalyev Che. And like one of the dudes there was just like, yeah, I was a part of the group that went over with that blessed sibling, but I got sent home early, and I hope they're doing okay. And I'm just like, I'm gonna go over here.
It was the most funniest thing because it's like, I kind of killed that person,
No, you
but
didn't kill him.
I didn't kill him?
No,
The Tonberries killed
Oh
him.
no, wait, yeah, the Tonberries did something. But if
You
you
knocked him
did do
down,
that,
the Tonberries finished him off.
I don't want to spoil anyone who did not do that.
Oh my god, that was I think.
I'm not gonna say anything.
That was like one of the best callbacks there because I was just like trying not to laugh,
Yeah.
laugh
I-
intensely.
Is it bad I laughed at that whole scene the whole
Oh no! I
I'm
also would have laughed as well.
If I can make a recommendation to those who haven't done the side story yet, if you really enjoy the talking about the plight of the Mamojaw who went over to Eorzea, do the side quests.
Ooh, okay. What is it? Does it start in that area in Yaktel?
Yes. So it's specifically the Yaktel linking side quest, like the one that like links the two halves of the zone. That entire quest chain, do that.
Noted. All right, that sounds like a good plan because again, I absolutely love the fact that Dawntrail went ahead and actually, right off the bat, gave you an entirely different look at Mamoja because you would normally see Mamoja as like warlike or really and truly wanting to get into the bathhouses because Mamoja are men, like all men. But when you're actually trailing and traveling on the ship, and you actually talk to the one Mamoja that's there, he's like, you warrior of light, yeah? Okay, I can't keep this up.
It's like, I'm sick of talking like this. I'm going home.
We're heading back to our spot. You're gonna go ahead and chilling with us and have a good time. It's like, yes, I already love this. and yeah, it was a very good look at just Mamoja culture, even if it was like a smattering, which again I hope it's expanded upon in patches. It's a very good look to see that, hey, it's just like, even Mamoja, it's like the people that you probably have encountered the most antagonistically in Eorzea are also legit chill people when you actually get a chance to, understand them.
Except when they're trying to take a bath.
That reminds me.
Except they try to kill you, and specifics, yes.
There's a what's the Pelupalooza?
Urkopacha.
Oroku Pacha?
Yeah, there's a shout out to ARR side quest in Urkopacha. Side quest there. So if you've done a certain dancing quest in Lenosia, there's a shout out to that in Urkopacha.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
It also has a shout out to a very annoying part of MSQ that everybody hated in ARR, so I think the side quests in Urkopacha are pretty good.
I will have to go ahead and take a look at that because
I
oh my
will
goodness.
say, like, Arkupacha I think was my favorite stage, aside from Shaloni, of course, that has a special place.
Yeah.
I liked Orkupacha because, it's like, obviously it's based off of, the Peruvian Andes, and it's just like, wow, I'm in Peru. It's like they did an amazing job with so much detail incorporated in there. Music, and the music rocks too. And so it's like, even the people of the Pelu people, like, were supposed to be like the herders of like the alpaca, I think. Like their wardrobe was heavily inspired by, I'm so sorry I forgot the name, the pueblo, the people there.
Oh yeah.
I just think about like alpacas now.
I do want to get back more into that for sure, like what our favorite areas are. But before that, let's try to wrap up our MSQ discussion. Does anybody else have anything to say about the MSQ in Yaktel?
Yeah, right. Because like all the Mamoja there are, a lot of them were complete fanatics. Bakuljaja, just having his backing would probably do a long way and explain away why they were so willing.
I think that's fair.
Fully endorses look. Now that's it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But also, I think they also did like the instance where you actually fought Bakujaja as Wukumas, like leading into it. I actually thought that did a very good job at humanizing Bakujaja.
On that note,
God.
did you guys notice during that instance that your Warrior of Light is on the sidelines cheering?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was
No,
so
but I saw it
cool.
later.
Well,
I saw it later too. Somebody had to point it out to me, and I was like, "Oh!"
well, in the beginning, you make a decision response like, it's okay, the scary warrior won't interfere. So, it's kind of like you're taunting them. It's like,
I definitely picked that one too. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain I said that.
I think I
There was another option.
It's one of
That's
those things where it's like they give you options, but at the end of the day, there's really only one option. Like when they ask you in Heaven's Word what you're gonna do about chasing the jerk who stabbed your friend, and you're like, I'm gonna rip his heart out. Why would you say anything else? I'm never gonna know.
Yep.
It's Rogi Rage.
I'll never know. I'll never know what the
Yeah.
other option leads to. This
Rugadin?
Oh,
What? What do you think?
you bring up an interesting point. Oh my god.
Uh,
But
yeah.
we'll get the ground. Good lord.
That is not a Rogi.
we'll get to him. Final thoughts on Yaktel? Anybody?
Let's go ahead and go on the train to a dome.
Yes, okay, let's talk about the back half of the MSQ. I think a lot more people were more interested in the back half and more excited by it as well, because that's the part that we all wanted to get into. Like, yes, like, Wild West is fun. Yes, being on vacation is fun. Politics and intrigue. But we all wanted to see shit hit the fan and go to Solution 9. So... Let's get into it. Thoughts on the second half of MSQ, or what some people I think consider the true MSQ for Dawntrail?
So here's, I'm actually going to be a little bit contrarian on this one, in that I actually, despite like a lot of the issues that happened with the first half of the MSQ, I actually did like the pacing of it. I actually thought it was actually pretty nice to go ahead and just like take my time to go through it, and then going directly into what was originally Yaslani becoming Heritage Found, and seeing everything up in there, and then just basically like roller coasting and careening over, being led by Sven going into Solution 9. Eventually, it's just like
I'm gonna give you the
lot.
quick pronunciation correction because I know you're playing in Japanese like me. Even though in Japanese they say Sven, it is in English Sven.
So it is Sven.
It is Sven.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's just like you're basically led by her throughout that and everything else, like throughout the entirety of that part. And I felt actually the most like it was very jarring for me going through the second half of MSQ. I thought that the pacing was very much almost at breakneck speed. It's just like I'm not prepared for this, I'm not prepared for this. I just things are happening right now. It's just like once things started to come to a head, though, it started to become very familiar.
It's interesting you say that. Do you think that they were rushing through the back half? And that's actually very true, and that is why people say that there are pacing issues with the Dawntrail MSQ, is because you spend too much time on the front half. Like, there's literally 4 zones of front half, and you only spend 2 on that major part with like the invasion and the other world, which is what everybody wanted to know about. So that part felt rushed for that reason.
Yeah.
I think more people would rather experience something moving too quickly than something that has been dragging on. And that's why more people didn't like the first half. Alright, I forgot to mention one thing about Shaloni. And missed opportunity. We have Air Force One in the Golden Saucer. During the train ride, they easily could have implemented something similar.
I wanted
Instead of
so
it
badly to
just being
shoot
a
that
cutscene.
gun.
Like
Make
a
it more
shooter?
interactive.
Like
Yup.
a shooter
Like a
game?
shooter.
I know. I was like, wait, am I gonna do a shooting game? I was like anticipating that, and I was like,
I had played so much Rebel Assault, so much House of the Dead, so many arcade shooter games. I was so ready for that. Oh my
I
god.
was ready for Steel Battalion.
Yeah.
I was just.
Granted.
Missed.
Square
opportunity.
Enix, take note, people want mini games within the MSQ.
One thing I wanted to bring up too, which is kind of like, it was like something Choco was very, surprised with, is when, remember you met Magnus's Shard? Or whatever his name was in Maloney? Yeah, I was like, oh my god, it's Magnus! And then his other friend, the 2 homies he was with.
I feel so bad that I don't remember the source names for any of the trolley crew, and I only know them by their first names.
The most important thing
I know
though,
them by the first 2. I say Jarek, because he was the gentleman who was blonde, and I forgot the name of his friend there, but I only remember.
what made
I
everything.
just call him Jarek and Magnus are the two I remember.
Yeah. What made everything better for that entire moment was that the wife was still alive.
That made everything
I
worse.
Oh my
for
god.
me.
I was so
crying.
scared during the train part. I was
Yeah.
just like, if they kill her right here,
Kill
if we
her.
mess up and
I-
she dies on the bomb,
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why I hated
Mm.
it so much.
I know. I was just ready to quit. You know, like turn off my computer. Just fuck, leave. Go
Yeah.
boba hunt or something. I was about ready. Just do a boba.
But you know what?
Oh, right.
They didn't
Yeah.
have a kid yet, so you know it wasn't gonna happen.
Oh.
but
still,
like
at
that at the same time, that could be the trade-off. The mother lives, but there's no child.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. I mean, look at the haircut that I currently got right now with all my characters. It's the anime mom haircut, and it's just like I don't think she actually had that haircut, but it's just like given the fact that she
Wait.
already. Yeah.
I forgot his name.
Given the fact that there was already a death flag with Magnus and everybody else over in the first, it's like, please, is this a death flag for her? Please don't let this be a death flag. No, please. Square, don't do this. We're already in pain. We don't need to see her die. We don't need to see her death. Please, no.
So you know what this is called? This is called PTSD. Thanks, Squeenix.
Yeah.
The name of that gentleman was Walika, and
Walika.
I mentioned this that Walika's English voice gave me Sam Elliott vibes, and I was living for it. So it was just like, oh my god, there's one big cat dad that actually speaks a fucking Western accent. I was like, oh, but Choco, you need to watch a scene of him talk in English. It's like amazing. Sam Elliott.
I will absolutely have to see that.
You
I'm
have to go.
actually
You have to watch it.
a little bothered by the accent because I feel like it's a foreigner trying to speak
Yeah.
in a Western accent. That's how it came off to me.
But
I
It
feel like
is a-
unless you're from Texas and really familiar with and a little hard to
yeah.
Shenze, the one who you talked to initially, the one who's really excited about the trains, his Japanese voice actor is Deku. Is Midoriya
nice.
from freaking My Hero Academia, and you could really tell once the train is complete and he goes full in on his description. It's just like, yep, that's Deku. Deku
Yeah.
is telling us is so hype
enthusiasm.
about this train bomb
Yeah.
that we're gonna go ahead and drive in.
I do actually strongly recommend for anybody out there, if you haven't listened to both sets of voice acting, both English and Japanese, strongly recommend it. It does help to kind of enhance and understand the intended emotions for a lot of the scenes, to try to listen to both, because I think in different cutscenes, one is usually stronger than the other, and it's not consistent on if it's English or Japanese.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to comment on that comparison thing. Like, you know Soroban from Stormblood? He's the first homie that you meet, like when
Yes.
you're trying to hide. His voice is drastically much more different in Japanese than in English, so I think it's always fun to talk about the comparisons a bit, because it's like you kind of depict them much differently because of the age. Like the voices really do kind of describe or depicts the age of that character too, because like Soroban, he sounds way more younger in Japanese than in English, believe it or not.
Yu Yu Hase.
Yu Yu Hase too. I
Yu
was
Yu
like,
Hase is a
thrown-
perfect example.
I was thrown off by him too.
Japanese
so-
Yuhasa is really good.
He's way more.
Super deep.
He's super, yeah. Like,
Then again, Pippin is one that's actually like very close together with each other, but then Pippin in Japanese is freaking Link.
Mhm.
So you know.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not gonna
I'm happy
complain.
with that.
if Link was a potato, it's gonna be him.
Oh, so speaking of the train and basically the transition into like it's like that dungeon going into everything else is like where you realize everything is changing into like we're going from the classic West to cyberpunk. That transition, I thought was like for us as like the Warrior of Light, it's like we're familiar with this because Omega and people like Omega, like people like Omega from his world. We're used to this. How is
Yeah.
everybody like Wook Lamont is just like what the fuck is going on here?
I love that dungeon. I loved it so much.
So
Oh, the
good.
Vanguard?
Vanguard.
It was a really, really good dungeon, but oh my god, that I was not expecting much of this.
Oh, that huge one where you have to fight the bot. There is a lot of mechanics in there.
Ooh.
The middle
Oh,
guy,
God.
you know, guys, I'm talking about the one
Yep.
who does a bunch of the laser.
Oh yeah, the
shows.
second boss, way harder than the last boss.
Oh, I know. I was
Second
like,
boss
why
is
is
super
this
hard.
fucking harder than? Excuse my French and language, but.
Yeah. Dungeons are no joke in this. I mean, that's something we'll definitely have to like dive into. But the dungeons were actually
Yeah.
legitimately challenging up in this. I was impressed. And Vanguard on, it's like those dungeons hurt if you mess up their mechanics.
I will say Dawntrail's music up in the Addy on that is like the music in DT is like legit.
Yes. Which on that note of that music to circle back over to the MSQ, like you
Yeah.
go from Shaloni and having a nice good time with the Western style of it, and then you hit Heritage Found, and it's gone. All the good times, gone, because Yasulani is gone.
So
But well, more not gone per se. Go ahead.
I do want to ask, since we're now going back into MSQ, what was everybody's initial thoughts and reaction when you arrived to Heritage Found and you looked around, you saw the state of the land? What were you thinking?
Oh,
Panic.
Disconcerting.
just trying to figure out if we're actually in another reflection or if we're still in the source. Was the first thing I was trying to figure out when we step in.
And
That
wait,
was a very good point.
My concerns falls along the line of what Cynthia said.
so what I did when I first got there is I was looking around at everything and I was like, okay, the land looks like, you know, this is the normal land of the source. We have our buildings, they're run down, but then there's also these new structures that have been put here. And I thought what was happening, and I went into this on stream, I thought it was like a layering of the, I did, this is before I had confirmation on which reflection it was. I was just calling it the 9th for the sake of calling it the 9th. I thought it was a layering of the 9th from like, you know, their equivalent area within the dome on top of ours. And I was pleasantly surprised when Graha like said something very similar to, and I was like,
You were right on the money there. Also, I like the fact that you're that in tune of like all the rest of reflections. I'm still confused at like which reflection is which when it.
oh, I didn't even know which ones were left. I was just like, I'm just calling this the 9th because I have no idea which one it is, but I know it's FF9 themed, so I was just like, I'm just gonna call it the 9th.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand why you picked the 9.
Yeah. I was very aware of the FF9 influences, especially when they when we met Sphene and she was like, oh yeah, welcome to Alexandria, and I'm like,
Yeah.
excuse me?
Excuse me.
I was like, whoa, wait, were we back in the 9 realm? I thought we were there a while back, you know.
I was like, no. I couldn't believe it. It's just like, this can't be Alexandria. This cannot be Alexandria. What's going on?
Serious balls.
Where's the castle? What's going on? What happened to it? And then you get a chance to explore.
Wait, where's
the
my
place,
jockey emote? There you go.
right? And then you get a chance to explore. It's like, oh my god.
Related to that, what was everybody's first thoughts and reactions, opinions of Sphene?
Oh boy.
Basically, Alisaie's reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I love Alice during a lot of the story because I'm just like, thank you for being on point and like bringing
Right.
attention to the thing that we should be thinking about right now.
Yes. Oh my
I
god.
mean,
Yeah.
At White, you know, in her character perspective, I would think she's been so traumatized to the point, like, you know, I almost lost my friends. This shit is just like, no, I don't trust you, girl. You gotta show me what's going on.
With me, when I first saw Sphene, I was very much a case of like, okay,
Yeah.
Frank's land. She's the one person that hasn't tried to kill us. Let's hear
Yes.
her out. And on top of that, maybe she could lead us to people like Namika and Kafkiwa, who are in the fucking dome. And I was like, okay, do you know where they are? And it's just like, she exuded an aura of off that I really couldn't place. And it's just like, okay, she may be friendly, maybe not. I don't know. But it's just like, that initial thought was like, well, I was also a little bit similar to Alize, but more so for me on the case, like, let's just cool our jets for a little bit. and see where this goes.
I'm surprised that
Right,
nobody
what's
on
the
this
layout?
panel was a Sphene simp, because that's been a pretty common reaction.
No, I
Really
mean,
now.
I like her.
She is actually like, you know, for all intents and purposes, if we got a chance to actually see her during the time when Alexandria actually did exist, she's a sweet woman. She just was just put in a shitty and terrible situation.
Yeah,
That-
that you cannot blame her on that because of just what she was represented to be as, you know,
Wait,
like
wait.
I had a very different opinion on that.
Why are you guys having empathy for a computer program?
Yeah, my initial thought when I met her, because we had just come out of Vanguard, I'm like, oh, she's definitely a robot. Don't trust
Oh.
her. I'm
Oh,
like,
riding on her back.
I know. Well, I didn't even see that because like I'm blind and I don't pay attention. But when I was like, oh, she's definitely a robot, and more importantly, she's the enemy robot. And she's like, oh yeah, I'm the queen, and I'm just like, oh, you're definitely working with Zoral Jaw. You were probably that voice he was talking to. I don't trust you. And I was
And
just like
like,
waiting for the other shoe to drop the
shoe to
entire time.
I mean,
Go ahead.
to be fair, it's like who's the one closest to working with Sorol? Of course, it's gonna point to her.
I did not make that connection. I legitimately did not make that connection because by that point in time, I actually was like, I didn't. It's not that I took a break. There were some days past, and I completely forgot how the voice sounded through that rift.
Oh, you wouldn't have known. They didn't voice it.
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind then. So it's like I had no idea like who it was like behind there, and so it's
It
just
wasn't voiced?
It was not voiced.
it's like, huh, like I wasn't sure how to go ahead and go about her. So I wasn't prepared for that until it hit. I'm like, oh, and then you realize that she realizes with Joel Jaw that she may have bitten off more than she could chew.
Wait, hold up. Did I suspect her so much that when I recall that scene, I put her voice in it in my head?
Yes, you did. One of the major complaints is that particular cutscene was not voiced.
Also, too, that's,
Yeah.
Probably would have just given it away or just confirm it. to
Yeah, no,
people.
that's exactly why they did it. I'm pretty sure.
also to answer your question, Kaz says like you have empathy for a machine. I grew up watching Terminator 2. Man. That movie messed me up for a lot of different reasons. But it's like machines can feel if they can learn how to feel. Actually, now that I think on it, in her learning how
Have
to
you been
feel,
watching me play Nier, Choco?
well, that's another thing too. Oh Jesus Christ!
Just kidding. I
mean, to be fair, all of Alexandria would not be out of place in something like, say, Nier Automata, because Jesus Christ, like when you actually understood what was going on there, super depressing.
There are some opinions on that as well that we'll get to when we get to predictions. But let's try to wrap up the MSQ discussion first so that we can get into all these other little juicy tidbits. Okay. Thoughts on, I guess, the story and how it developed in the back half. How about getting to know Kafua and the resistance, as well as the founders of that, which what are they called? Oblivion.
Oblivion,
Yes, Oblivion, as well as the founders of that, which are Kryle's parents.
Okay, so I have many thoughts, and that's actually going to get me emotional because, like, you realize that they were in a situation where they knew they were going to die, or they knew that it's like there was a chance that they might not survive, but they wanted their child to survive, and so they managed to go ahead and get Kryle through that rift, to at least fling someone into the future to, basically, hopefully, which came to them having to be able to return and actually see them again. And for me, hearing the founders of Oblivion and realizing what they were opposed to, is just like, I absolutely love them. I wanted to go ahead and meet them. They're sweet. They're sweet. So it's Kafua. God damn it. Living memory fucked me up.
Living Memory definitely made you a little crazy because when you were streaming, I remember,
Yeah.
because you kept seeing robots where nobody else was seeing them. I mean, there were lots of robots in Living Memory, but
I had to stand up for this one. I had to go ahead and actually sit down, and I actually had to go ahead and cast doubt on you because there was definitely several robots there, multiple robots everywhere.
I mean, there were robots.
yeah.
There was one particular robot that was constantly there. After most of the cutscenes that I was going through, not just through Living Memory, but also through Solution 9, and it was constantly there. I got the chance to see it.
Well, yeah,
and
there's robots in that area in general.
But when I turned around to look, that robot just kept on moving. It was one of the few robots that just constantly disappeared, and I don't know what happened.
That's pretty normal. NPCs do that all the time.
They're the guards there, you know? So,
Yeah.
you know, they got patrol routes and...
Oh my god, it's so...
All right. Anyway, let's stop talking about Choco's insanity. So at White Cinti, your thoughts on Oblivion and you know, Kafkua and Carl's parents?
I mean, it was alright. No big things there. It was cool. There was too much. If anything, my only criticism would be it was too much show don't tell. But that's like a general criticism I have of the expansion in general.
I did think that we didn't get enough time exploring poor Kryle's story in the back half of the MSQ, which I know a lot of people were very interested in, and it does significantly feel like she got shafted and overshadowed by the other stuff going on.
They did kind of hype her up and then not do too much.
Yeah, it was quite sad actually.
To be fair, it's like I even though it was just like when I took a look, it's just like did they overshadow? But then you realize like a lot of the exploration of Tyrell and a lot of like even during like the first half of the game, that was always in the back of our minds.
Yeah, because everybody was like, oh yeah, you're here to find out what happened with your grandfather and like why he was here and like what that whole journey was about and about yourself. I can't tell you. We're not going to talk about it.
Yeah.
And you're just like...
Yeah, that's what bothered me the whole part of Living Memory as well, especially like, you know how they're just processed data from a different time, but yet they're regurgitating what that life was at the time of the person when they were at their happiest or their prime. It just leaves me very bittersweet. Especially, you know, how Kakiwa just kind of, you know, she doesn't really talk a lot either, which is, I'm sure Erenville would be quite annoyed with at the time, and I was feeling his annoyance.
Yeah.
You know, that was
I was more annoyed that Erenville wouldn't express himself. And I'm like, boy,
I know, but
talk to your mother.
I was just annoyed with him as well. It's like, can you just fucking... I'm sorry again, but I was just waiting for him to make that, you know, to bring up that discussion, and it just took too long, you know.
Yeah, he literally waited till the last minute.
It dragged on. That was my issue, I guess.
Yeah, speak, man. Speak, please, please, please.
His character.
That's fair, but it's just like, God dang it, man. God dang it. Like, I know you got that emotion in you. It's like, please, please, speak on your mom. Speak
His
to
mom
your
didn't help.
His mom.
That's the other issue. Mama didn't help.
Okay, that also leads back into the part where Dawntrail is the expansion of let other people raise your kids, because she did not really raise Erenville that much. It was mostly the blue-haired rabbit in Shaloni, apparently, who did a lot of the raising of Erenville.
Forgot her name again.
I know. Look, the names in Dawntrail are a whole other thing where they're so hard to pronounce that I cannot remember them to save my life.
Super hard to pronounce. Actually, to go ahead and give like the people of Living Memory, like the Endless, like a bit of credit. The fact that they were being sustained by all the souls that, you know, like had come in the past. For me personally, and this is how I think about it. Yeah, most of them are basically being kept alive, even though we know that they are basically like pieces of data. They're basically memory. They're fragments. They're memory instead of data banks. However, if they're being replenished by souls, that means that they are replenished by souls, even though they might be quote unquote pure. You never know. A fragment of it could have gotten into them, and thus they are able to kind of piece together, if not a little bit, what's going on in the outside world. Because those two are not like separate from each other.
Well, that was the entire reason why they had the separation of soul and memory, so that there wouldn't be any bleed over. But that being said, who's to say that it's a perfect system?
Yeah. I mean, hell, Namika is a perfect example of that. We saw her both as her younger self and when she passed.
There was a reason that they did explain that, and it was because in living memory, the you that is present in living memory is when you were at your happiest. So
Right.
initially, her happiest was her younger self when she was raising Luke Lamont, but after getting the clarification on, like Luke Lamont's okay, which is a clarification she didn't have before. She realized that like she's happiest at her, natural older self, where she lived a fulfilling life and knows that Luke Lamont is alive and well and healthy, grown.
Mm-hmm. Which actually feels like it brings a very interesting thing with the endless. It's like, yeah, they're fragments and parts of memory, but it's like at the same time, in some interesting way, they are essentially like they are alive in this area. It's like we basically ventured into, can't quite say like heaven, because that would be something similar to like Elpis back in the day, because the ancients of Elpis, they essentially created most of everything on Aetheris. And so you would think, oh, these are like they are biblical angels in a sense, especially when you go ahead and see their transformations. Oh, Jesus Christ, you see their transformations. But then you go ahead and go to living memory, and you think it almost is like a purgatory. Wait, what?
Elpis was not a heaven.
Oh, it definitely wasn't a heaven. But it's just like,
I mean, Elpis was just another place where they did tests.
It was just another place.
It was a lab.
I think I remember hearing that for some people that when going over to like Elpis, part of the mysticism of like the ancients and to some extent the Ashians was kind of wiped away the moment that you got a chance to actually visit there, because you got to actually get a chance to see the people that actually lived in Elpis and see the ancients and eventually understand who they would eventually become. And I thought that was actually interesting because, like, even though Elpis itself wasn't necessarily a heaven, it was a case of, hey, they are there to like create some of the beings that are going to be on Aetheris. So, in a sense, it could have been seen as sort of like a heaven type of thing, even though we know where heaven essentially is.
I think you were trying to say how in Elpis you got to see how their mindset was and how perfect the universe is in their eyes, more than Elpis being an actual type of heaven when it was actually a testing facility.
Actually, yeah, that actually grounds it even more. It's just like when you take a look at that, yeah, it was its own kind of perfect type of setting, where you go ahead and take a look at memory. It's a very similar thing. Each place was almost like a perfect paradise for the endless.
So that brings up a very interesting parallel, because now we have, related to the theories that Dawntrail is essentially the last 10 years, including all expansions, condensed into one. Living memory is essentially Endwalker.
Yes.
And so that includes the exploration of, like, what is happiness, what is like, having the perfect society, an ideal society where there's no suffering, and the implications of that, and like where everybody's happy and you live forever, and it's perfect.
I agree.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was actually like that was a very sort of like, out of all the themes that are in Dawntrail, that was another one that I think is the most thought-provoking, because you just really truly get to think about, like, what is happiness to a lot of people? How do people conceptualize their happiness, and what are they willing to do to fight for it?
I think the greater question in Dawntrail specifically is, what is a artificial intelligence program willing to sacrifice to create the perception of happiness that we gave it?
I feel like there's a lot of, like, what is it? I think hearing it from either Senya or Dorn, that this is basically a cyberpunk horror when we hit Solution 9 and then a living memory, and it's like that's fair considering what's going on in these places. It's like the idea for the endless to stay alive is basically to consume others. They have to feed on souls in order to actually remain and still exist.
You remember the 13th, and the VoD kind of took over that reflection, and they had to rely on souls. Feels like the same, exactly the similar concept. What Zero had to do.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to go ahead and take a look at those parallels and see how the transference and how souls, drift. What happens to them? It's just like if you're in the source, we know they go to the ethereal sea, to they enter the cycle of reincarnation and rebirth. But in the 13th, if you're not set free, you are consumed. And unfortunately with Alexandria's fate, right? And what they had to do is just like for their souls, they also had to be consumed so that a great amount of people could still live. And it's a very interesting juxtaposition.
I love how we're skipping the tragedy of Solution 9.
Oh,
Operation Code Blood.
Oh,
Like we just completely skipped it as if it didn't happen.
no,
I was actually going to get back to that because that relates to the story of Otis.
Yeah.
And which I think was another part of the MSQ that felt very rushed for a lot of people, because a lot of people wanted to get to know more about Otis and spend a little more time with him, and then he's basically turns out to be one of those characters where you meet him and then he's gone. And then he does come back for a little bit, but then he's very quickly gone again.
Yeah. What's Steiner?
I don't mind that as a plot device, but it does suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otis is basically a tragedy rolled into one. Which is like he's basically cursed with almost an immortality because of where he's living, what he's living inside of. But it's just like so long as he's able to go ahead and serve royalty, which is essentially what Gulu Ja is, the little kid. He's happy, and then all of that gets taken away thanks to Cold Blood.
Why would you say immortality? He has a finite lifespan.
He knows it too. It's like whenever that machine breaks down, he's gone, and he knew it.
Right. He was aware of
he was largely a plot device to give you background on Sphene, who was never going to tell you, because every time you tried to have a deep conversation with her, she'd be like, and change the subject. And I'm like, you're driving me crazy, woman. So he was the plot device to fill in the holes there with her background and her story and what was going on, and to, kind of give you a reason to have some kind of emotional reaction, positive or negative, to the main villain of the expansion, and also to help you set up Gulu Ja a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Ninja.
So, tragic as it is that we did not get to have more of Otis, I do believe that it was to be expected, because he was never intended to be like a long-term character. He was just...
Mm-hmm. But even then, it's just like the fact that he helped conceptualize basically everything that happened with Alexandria and Sphene in general. It's just like, oh, that's what she is. Speaking of, when Otis was actually talking about what happened with Sphene, my initial thought was like, is she another Ashian?
I don't think so.
Because my thought was just like, with the way how, it's like, for her memories to basically live on, and her essence to basically transfer over into other living things, brought me back to the ethereal transfer of souls when an Ashian dies. Well, yeah, when an Ashian dies and they sit in the ethereal sea for a second and then are reborn.
I don't think it's necessarily that she's an Ascian, but perhaps the better question is who in that research department, whose name escapes me right now, preservation. Who in preservation came up with this technology, and were they the ASEAN? I think that is a better
really good
question.
That's a really good question. Because when you think about it,
Sphene didn't have a choice in this. She was the one who it was done to. She didn't necessarily initiate it or know how any of it worked. Preservation's the one who actually did it. So if anyone would be the ASEAN, it would be them.
yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, would that potential person in disguise be in the preservation? Or
That's a high possibility, actually. Yeah. I mean, look at what happened when its concept is created, right? And then a calamity hits Alexandria. What are the people going to turn to? The solution that's given by preservation, which, you know, it's just a means of just constant consumption.
That is true, Runar. So chat says Sphene died before they found out how to create an eternal Sphene. So it definitely had nothing to do with her initiating it, and possibility that, like, you know, she encouraged this to happen. And I think that's one of the things that actually gets brought up as well, is, you know, Sphene had this forced on her, like the natural born and living Sphene. So would she have made the same decisions? And that kind of gets into, like, one of my thoughts on MSQ is that, like, well, at the end of her life, Otis had mentioned that the tragedy that had befallen Alexandria had taken a very heavy toll on her, like, mentally. So she was, you know, exhausted and at wit's end and, like, you know, not taking it well. So I think she was just crazy at the end of her life, and that's why the AI went insane.
No. I feel like it was preservation meddling with
Could be.
how Sphene was programmed.
So, with all of that said, all the moments where Sphene would be like, there's something I have to tell you, or can I tell you this, was like, is that her actual personality coming through?
Yes and no.
Hmm.
Yes, that I believe her love for her people is actually her,
Yes, absolutely.
but the length she would go to was probably all preservation.
Oh, yeah, that was absolutely, yes.
Oh yeah,
Like,
preservation. I completely agree. Preservation definitely made it worse. I don't think there's any question about that. Like, even if, like, she was on the path to, like, perhaps going a little bit off the deep end at the end of her life, preservation 100% would have made that worse. They would have, like, taken that and, like, made sure that the AI focused on that.
Yeah. Oh, but to bring the point a little bit more home, Cynthia, it's the breaks where it's just like she would try to see if she can speak with you, like, directly. Like, she has a request that she can make, but she, like, can't make it because something else is watching her, which gets put into play, which you actually fight her towards the end. It's just like that one scene. It's like, there's something I have to tell you. It's like, what is it that you want us to do? It's like, is that Sphene herself, like, actually saying, like, which if I'm getting this right, it's like she's actually wanting you to kill her, right? That's what I'm gauging. That she actually wanted you to kill her in the moment that she was asking about that.
No. The what I got from those scenes is she actually wants to tell us the truth, but she couldn't.
Yes. Yeah. But that would also be along with, you know, it's like her request.
To kill her?
She didn't want to go ahead, and I don't think she wanted to go ahead and actually, like, steal all the souls. But it's just like, again, because preservation set her up for that, she had no choice.
It is mentioned, even in and they try to drive this home, like, before the final trial. They bring it up that she had asked you when you first met her that, you know, she may need to lean on your strength, but the implication is, like, she wants you to stop her if she goes too far. So there was some kind of, it's implied, not directly stated at all, but there is some level of implication there that Sphene, like, even with the AI, is aware that there's a potential for the AI to take things too far. Chat says Kafkula mentions that the only one that would know would be the real Sphene, who was already dead, and we never really get to know the real Sphene. So that is entirely true. Like, everything that we're saying here, it's all just speculation because we have no way of knowing, since the real Sphene is long dead, and we don't know what kind of tampering was done.
The only other person who also knows the real Sphene is also dead, and that's Otis.
Yeah, everyone else who would know is also dead. Yeah.
Yeah. And by Otis, we have to clarify that we mean Robot Otis, who
Robot Otis,
yeah,
yes.
not living memory Otis, because living memory Otis, like, who knows, could have also been. There's no way for us to know the extent of their technology in reviving people in living memory and if they could tamper with them at all.
Mm-hmm. The scene itself was such a goddamn enigma, like going through all of that.
Chat says how they saw it is there are two sides of Sphene, the benevolent side of Sphene and the eternal Sphene. I definitely think that is true, because there is, you know, recorded history and, you know, people to like back up that when Sphene was alive, and you even see this in the dungeon in Sphene's memories, like, she was considered a benevolent queen and princess and, like, you know, a good person. And then, you know, obviously Eternal Sphene kind of played off of that, but was also a little bit different and a little bit crazy, at least. That's maybe perhaps an understatement. And you don't know how, like, true, like, if there was any in between, because, you know, like, as a living person, your personality can change, you can grow, things can happen that affect you. That's why there's mental illnesses. See, get therapy, people. If you are like the characters in Final Fantasy XIV, including in Endwalker and Dawntrail, sometimes you need therapy, and therapy's okay. Highly encouraged.
I think it's established that there is no therapy, and there are no counselors or anything.
Well,
in,
yeah, because that would
14.
be a very poor plot device, and we would just not have issues if people had therapy.
That's why you're therapists of light.
Don't be
literally.
like
therapists of
the
light.
Final Fantasy XIV characters. Get therapy, everybody.
I am not the therapist of light. I'd be a shitty therapist.
But in realistic terms, you know, it is encouraged if you know are facing some sort of, like, you know, mental and stuff. So.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel
I
like
just, you
Go
know,
ahead.
don't ignore it. I'm just saying.
in world, I feel like Charlene would actually be like a great spot for, you know, like therapy to be actually pioneered, considering how studious they are and how it legitimately in tune they were with the heart of the world being, you know, Heidelin at the point in time.
Okay, but like, you gotta realize that also, like, even though they're very studious, they also may not be sensitive to things like emotions, because they can't even get food right, most of them. And there was literally a place called The Last Stand because nobody else wanted to eat good tasting food.
You're not wrong.
yeah, I would not want a Charlene to be my therapist.
Yeah, I would, like, if they can't even figure out that, like, hey, I want my taste buds to be happy and I don't want to eat fish bread. I don't know if I would want a Charlene to be my therapist.
In relation to that whole, like, the Charlene's lacking in some sort of, like, food culture, it's like you guys have to do the culinary, like, role quest. I highly recommend it to get you know, to this discussion.
Oh, I definitely want to talk about, like, at least like one part of the role quest, because that's the melee one. The melee one was very, like, hit me hard, but in terms of, like, conclusions of quests, like conclusions of, like, MSQ in particular, like, for that last fight, how did y'all feel about, like,
I don't know if everybody's done that one, but I certainly have. The final fight in the melee one, yeah, hands down, that one was my favorite out of all of them. But as far as the, hold on, let me change the topic really quick. As far as the villains that you see in the role quest, the healer one was my favorite. I loved the antagonist.
We're done with MSQ.
We're taking a quick tangent into role quest, and then I'll change it back to MSQ. Yeah. Just that whole, they're all kooky. They're all a whole wonderful kooky gang of characters, but I loved the villain and the healer role quests. We're not going to spend too much on this topic, by the way, because I know not everybody's done it, and we have to avoid saying spoilers.
Yeah, like the progression for a role quest, I actually thought was actually really nice, and getting to discover, like, the people that you were with, as well as your marks, basically.
Yeah. It did give some very good. It did give a little bit more context, and, like, some of the other people in the continent who were not the main ones that you interact with, because they were not part of any of the trials. They were not part of the feats. And, you know, it's a wide continent, so it's good to get that context, even though you'll never visit them.
Yeah.
Any other opinions on roll quests?
So far, so good.
So far,
They're a
so
little
No.
quirky, but I like the quirky.
The entire time during the melee one, though, I was like, are you sure you don't want me to just change to a different class? I can solve this real quick.
Fair enough.
Okay. In that case, let's go back to the topic of the MSQ, kind of wrapping up on the end. Okay, let's talk about implications of the soul and memory separation. That's actually the one thing I wanted to get back to.
Ooh.
What are y'all thinking are the implications of being able to do that in the first place? Because we know from Endwalker, there's 3 different types of aether. There is corporeal aether, which is how you're able to physically form yourself. There is your soul aether, essentially, which is, that got sundered, and like now you have like different shards of you all over the place, but you still share the same soul ether. And then there is the memory, which was like kind of like their unknown dark mattery kind of one, where like they did the whole example with the parchment paper and then blacking it out with ink if something gets erased, and then you go back to the ethereal sea, and then that can get wiped off clean, and then you'll remember everything that you forgot. But here they are separating that. So knowing what we knew before from Endwalker on how all that works, what are we thinking now about if they're separating your memory from your soul? What are the implications?
Probably not good.
Very much not, because their concept of it is just like you separate your memory and then your soul, so that what's left over is a purified soul. And I'm looking at that going, it's like, you mean a sterile soul? That's weird to me, because then everything's kind of like stored into well, if I recall correctly, everything was stored into a repository. The memories, if I recall correctly, the memories became endless, which is bizarre to me, because like, okay, you're gonna be living forever, which it gives that twisted feeling, basically, of tampering with the soul that I really did not like.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely like invasive. And there's all kinds of places you can go with this for like what's going to happen, because once those souls are finally released back to the ethereal sea, they're now without their memories, because their memories are in living memory. And even though you turned it off, we didn't really see any kind of like grand thing of like, yes, it's off, but the memories were also released. Maybe are the memories like just still in the machine and dormant? Like what's happening with the?
How many memories are still in there?
That's what makes it all so confusing, because they're just literally purified vessels with no substance, like, because the memory is what makes the soul thrive, right? Is that, or am I speaking backwards?
Well, okay. Another thing to consider. If you think about even like the song flow, and like, that's because if you really read into that song, it goes into the process of what happens when your soul goes to the ethereal sea. You dive down, and then your soul is similarly cleansed, and your memory is wiped so that you can be reborn as a new person. But there are also, on that note, cases like Fandaniel. And also anybody who saw evidence of the final days and then regained some of their memories of ancient past and like just felt very sad, and that's how we get like the echo and people awakening, where those memories, even though they were wiped, could be reawakened. However, now we have a situation where the memories have been separated out, so what happens to those souls?
The former self is gone.
Yeah, it's like those devices, it's whenever something terrible happens, it's like they don't remember what happened, right? It's like those devices.
I also think about when it comes to like the whole concept of reincarnation. It's like with the way how Solution 9 and everything else was doing it there, reincarnation was not possible. if you died and your soul was taken, you were not able to reincarnate because you were basically going to be food and basically sustain whoever it was that got your soul.
Yeah, your soul was basically trapped, and that's why they had a decline in birth rates, because they were hoarding the souls to use to keep their current people alive, which is ridiculous. Although, we do see at the end of the fight with Zoral Ja that, like, once you kill the person who is using all those souls, the souls get released and then go back to the ethereal.
Which actually is a little bit comforting, because that means that they do actually legitimately get a chance.
Yeah, they actually try to thrive, but you know, there's someone in the shadows manipulating them some way.
I also just got a thought, because we're separating the soul into like, you know, so one part of the soul is being separated, the other part is the memory. The memory then becomes pure data. What happens if that data becomes corrupted?
You see,
what happens if those
AI.
memories, yeah, what happens if those memories become corrupted?
I wanna say there might be a dungeon.
Yeah, there might be a dungeon where we go in the ethereal sea and poke around.
Well, there's yes, there's that, but there's also a dungeon that I have yet to go into in living memory.
Yep.
Which is like, what happens when, you know, it's like there's an entire section of it that's missing, and those souls don't get that aether? What happens to them? I have yet to go in there yet, so I'm not sure what it is.
Time for an adventure.
Well, we'll have to get you caught up on that. Let me go into chat's thoughts really quick. So chat says, so the part where the gate is opened by Zoral Ja, he believes that the voice from beyond the gate is Fiend's voice, which we kind of covered, and like they very deliberately did not voice that cutscene to try to avoid making that super clear, to avoid spoiling it, I guess. And what she basically did was trade military control to Zoral Ja because the benevolent side of Sphene would have never commit to such violent acts, but she is fine letting somebody else do it, and she literally did the Pelu part of MSQ where she traded something she had no use for something she needed, which was access into the source.
That makes perfect sense.
Yes, I agree.
I actually like that correlation.
Especially when you consider what happened with the attack on Tulul. She was completely horrified.
Yeah.
Well, no, Sphene? No, I think I took that as like she was looking at it and going like, oh, this is so sad, but it's a necessary sacrifice.
Fair enough.
I was just like, that was one of the reasons why I was so suspicious of her, because I was just like, I saw you in Tulul. You did nothing to stop this. Like, you looked like a little like, sucks to be you.
She said it herself. She, dang it, thought loss.
She didn't have the power to stop it, right?
Well, she didn't have the power to stop it, but it was also willing.
Yeah. She was just like, I let that happen and I agreed to it because it was an ends to my means, which was to keep my people alive, and my people are more important than yours. And that's AI talking, of course, because like we don't know if maybe the real Sphene would have felt that way, because the real Sphene would be capable of empathy and being like, oh, actually, hold on, maybe this is a bad idea.
You should watch the Neuro. I don't know if you know who Neurosama is. Neurosama is a AI VTuber.
Yeah.
And every once in a while they'll do the train thing where, like, you know, if you pull the switch you'll kill one person, versus if you don't kill the switch, pull the switch, you'll kill 5 people instead.
Yeah.
So if you want to see AI at work trying to solve those dilemmas, you should look up those clips.
Fair enough, actually. Yeah.
And also, that depends on how the AI is programmed, and we just said that we're not sure what kind of crazy, wacky programming preservation did.
Who knows that preservation is huge, asshole.
Yep. Chat also says, Runar, I like how this discussion is something that Graha was wondering about himself as well. Something he mentioned at the end of Endwalker. He's still not 100% how he himself ticks and is just taking it day by day.
When you think about it, that's actually very fair points.
I mean, he had to gamble in a way.
It was a gamble. It was a gamble. Because, like, hey, we're going to try to soul transference. You game for that? So it's like maybe, possibly. Yes.
I mean, doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, like, took his soul, his memories, and, like, soul from the first and, like, the split timeline back to the source, and then did a funky merge. And we still don't know exactly what's going to happen with that, because that not only involves forced dimension traveling, there's also time travel shenanigans involved with that. So the way that he is extra dense in his soul, not the same as the way that we as the Warrior of Light are extra dense in our soul, because we just like dimension hopped and then like fusion hod with our other self in the same timeline. Graha fused with his future self, so there could be some weird shit that's gonna happen with that later. We don't know.
Oh my god.
I'm sure they're just gonna Ishtola it.
Entirely possible, yeah.
Yeah.
It makes me think of that fan art where I linked something and the Graha was like pulling a slot machine. That's why I got that idea from to summarize what that discussion is brought up.
Pat says we're so dense we created a Titan with wheels. I think that's actually called head trauma.
Head trauma. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's called a concussion.
Oh, that fight. Oh no.
Look, and then we may have mistaken Leviathan's tail for another head. It's fine.
And added a horse body to ramen.
Man.
Look, after a while, all of your lightning aspected icon datey things start to blend together. We can't be helped.
Yeah.
The trauma of having to fight two ends of Leviathan just made us think that he had two heads.
Yep.
Actually, considering how that fight felt, fair enough. Oh my god. And also just the fight with Titans. Landslides. The landslides. I still remember way back in the day, like at least like when the extremes started first popping out, how frustrated I was with constantly getting hit either by landslides or weight of the world, or weight of the land getting hit by that. It's just like that Titan still sucks.
Yeah, that's called head trauma. Okay. Next topic I'd like to ask you guys about, MSQ related, is the Scions. What did you guys think of the Scions' presence in Dawntrail and how that was handled?
If they don't spend any time away, you can't miss them. And one more thing. The last thing is, you can't hype them up. Like, oh yeah, they're gonna join us for this next part, and then not use them.
Interesting thought.
Joko?
I actually want to let Atwhite take this one because I have a bit more of a thought to form on this one.
Okay, Atwhite.
I mean, you guys have been homies forever, right? I would think that, no matter how far you are, one of them is gonna be right behind you no matter what. It's just there.
Oh my god, I miss those Scions.
They're your homies. What can I complain about, really?
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I actually thought it was a kind of an interesting thing with them and their involvement in terms of who was involved with who. Like, and I feel like this is also like a thing with how they were introduced. Like, you're gonna be pitted against each other. Like, how? And we saw that how we were pitted against each other, but we were only pitted up against a couple of other Scions. Them being.
I'm sorry, I started laughing the moment you. The whole thing about pitting against each other.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The only pair that we got was Thancred and Urianger. Just like, how are Stola and Graha gonna be fitting into this? And the answer is, they're helping me. Huh?
That was after the right, to be fair.
They came in later. I agree with Cindy largely. It's like it's hard to miss your friends if they don't go away, and I feel like a lot of them being there was trying to, again, with the shoehorning, trying to force there to be people available for trust, which is like, I don't think that that's necessary because there is precedence, even in MSQ, to have a random NPC come with you for a trust. You don't need everybody in the Scions to just show up there for that and then disappear without doing rationalize them being there.
Is the military
it's
force
just
also the Lance Guard, right? If I remember correctly?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're right.
We could have had them come along with us.
I guess what you're saying is just more of a consistency in the story. Like, you know, they have their own thing to do that they're doing, and it's like forcing Kona's like 2 new friends, I guess, or companions to beat the 2 other people, you know.
Chet says that Runar thinks there was a story purpose for all of them, but will not see the payoff till later, which, you know, that's entirely possible, except Estinian, he's just Batman. I think Estinian actually was one of the people who had a very legitimate reason to be there. He was just there to screw around and do Estinian things and get the hell away from the scary potatoes, not knowing that the potatoes were coming up right behind him, Kryle specifically. He was just like, I'm here to go do my own thing and go fight people and have a good time. Peace.
Yeah.
Wild Westinian.
The joke I made, he's freelancing literally.
That hurt my soul. That hurt my soul. Actually, if I want to go ahead and harp on Estinian a little bit, Estinian is the closest to us in terms of like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and see the world and see what I can do and help people out. Like he's an adventurer at heart. He's a good man at heart. It's just like,
Oh yeah, we're in the same vibe. That's what makes him cool. He just does it better than us.
Hold on, it's a goddamn challenge.
I was originally Hasherfot. I still love Hasherfot no matter what, but it's like after I've seen him, man, it's like, come on, that's my homie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Estinian's me, literally Ellison form.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you.
Oh yeah. So I think what even if that's like we could have done it like a little bit probably less with the Scions going on into this. I feel like because personally this felt like a new arc. Like we finished up the Highland Zodiac arc, and now we're going into basically a new arc. And I thought about like other things like say like animes or long running like tokusatsu shows, where even if you're going to a new arc, there's some aspect of the previous arc that's coming along with you. You see this more with shonen animes more so than some things like tokusatsu. That's like a direct sequel from their previous shows. So having the Scions with you, I wouldn't say is a terribly bad thing, because like your buddies are still gonna be there. Those are your companions through and through. So they gonna stick with you. It's just having them like kind of like be there with you all the time is kind of jarring. Like they could have come in like a little bit later on.
Is it kind of? Oh, sorry.
No. Keep going. That way.
Oh, is it kind of strange? Like the whole time I felt it's just like mostly them doing friendly fire on each other, just because they kind of got dragged into it. It wasn't exactly serious until all the whole Zorolja invasion stuff happened. That's when shit came by. So it just felt.
Would have loved the popcorn to see Thancred and Alice go up against each other.
I mean, the Garleans told Alice and Albino to take a vacation, and they did. So.
You know what? Fair enough.
They basically the Garleans encouraged them to do it, to travel with you.
They did, and Alfino and Alice's excuse was to, you know, not only because Wuklamad asked them to, and they're doing a favor for Erenville, but they also wanted to analyze the culture of Tuliolala and its people to see what they can bring back to help Garlemald, because everything for them right now is like, I'm trying to help Garlemald and help them recover and help them find a new place in the world. So that's fine. I actually think Alfino and Alice had a good reason to be there. Thancred and Urianger, the dad duo, also had a perfectly fine reason to be there as well, because they were there to help Kona, and you know that was part of the premise of the expansion. We knew that there was going to be conflict with another group of Scions supporting somebody else. That was fine. Again, Estinian fine. Yustola and Graha, like, although they did have a reason to be there to like help research things, the way that they executed that I think was done very poorly, because we actually should have called them much sooner. What would have made sense to call the nerd team, would have been as soon as we ran into the City of Gold and we were like, the hell is this? Why is there Charlatan tech here? What is all these runes? Here's a mystery door giving off weird energy. How do we get in here? Let's call the nerds.
You brought up an amazing point because you're right. We should have like there's a gate. You're Stola. Where the hell are you? You need to be here yesterday.
Why didn't we call the nerds? And also, actually related to that, not necessarily like Scions, but like your friends in general, where it doesn't make sense that you didn't even think of them. The moment we see mystery foreign tech, why didn't we call the Ironworks? They are entirely about that. At the very least, Nero the freelancer, if Sid was busy, would have been like, I'll be right there.
Oh, Nero would have jumped
I'll
on
put it
that.
on Sid's tab.
Oh, Nero is just like, fuck it, let's go. We ball.
Nero would have been on that immediately. The fact that we haven't seen hide or hair at any of the Ironworks crew, yeah, that's right. It's just like, there's technology abound here. We need you guys.
Yeah, it's like, why didn't we use our resources? And it's like, yes, foreign nation, I get that. You have to be kind of careful about, doing those things. But at the same time, it was a crisis situation where they were just invaded and, some leveraging of like, hey, I'm here to help you, and I know someone who may be able to help analyze this further so we can like get a good handle on what's happening here to help you. Let me make a phone call. Why?
We sometimes, well, now that I think about it, to be fair, as the warrior of light, we're not that good at calling our allies. Look at Phil, and the reason as to why she's pissed at us so much.
Okay, maybe that relates to head trauma.
Oh,
I agree. Head trauma.
Kyle, who's now basically like, a student by this and also technically an Iron Honorary Scion now, she had an immense reason to go ahead and be there.
Yeah, that was part of the premise. That's why it was acceptable for her to be there as well, which is like, hey, look, earring thing, like, what's up with this letter I found? She was our entire reason for going in the first place, and then Luke Lamont showed up and gave us an actual, like, excuse to get a ticket over there.
Like, not gonna lie, so it's like having, if Graha and Stola were actually, like, going along with Zoro job, which is initially what I thought was gonna be the case, it's like, oh, this is gonna be really interesting.
I definitely thought that it would be, like, more of the Scions coming over to support other candidates, but that didn't happen at all.
Yeah. Which is, like, unfortunate, but I'm glad that Kona got some help from the two dads.
Yeah. That's fine. I guess it didn't make sense if you're going to make Zorljaw the enemy to have Y'shtola and Graha come over to help them, which
That's fair.
that makes sense. But leading up to it, it definitely was implied that like everybody was going to be coming over to support different promises, and like that was going to be why the Scions were there, which would have made logical sense. And then they didn't end up going that direction. Instead, went in some other weird direction, where it was like they would just pop up at unnecessary moments. It's like, why are you here? Why weren't you here earlier when I needed you?
Right. That's, yeah, I actually I did not think about like, the Scions involvement and like how people, I didn't think that people actually like had like various like thoughts about like, what the hell are the Scions doing here in this kind of situation? Because like, yeah, like to be fair, it's just like going through it, it's just like, okay, this is kind of nice, but now that you brought it up and now that I think about it, it's just like, oh, we had two other Scions that basically came in off the bench after the game was over. What the hell?
Not only that, but there were also various parts in the story, and I think the most glaring example of it that bothers many people from what I've seen is right before you go into living memory with the gate at the Sky Deep Cenote. They're dangling all the literally all the Scions there right in front of you, and then they take most of them away with excuses like, yeah, we gotta guard this gate that like clearly nobody else is supposed to have access to, so that's not like they're gonna come from the other side and go find this place. But just in case somehow enemies come here and attack, we're gonna leave the bulk of our forces on this side. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Usually when you go explore a new place, you don't take the exploration, you don't take the study team, the research team. You take the explorers with the big guns to go beat up anything that's going to kill you and your research team first. So it's like we kind of did that backwards, and that was really weird to people that we didn't take more of them with us.
That I understand. It was definitely a weird, jarring thing to go ahead and see the majority of them being like, wait, why are you guys here? Especially Astinian. Astinian was just like, wait, Why are you on the other side? You should be here with us. What's going on?
Yeah, like this is kind of like the kind of thing that he would sign up for.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh yeah, like let me go take a peek at what's in there. Maybe there'll be something to murder.
Right. Also, not gonna lie, that would actually make it so that the very last trial could have been a trial with all of the Scions together. Because, like, you guys made a huge thing about it being a reunion after Jala's demise and realizing what you guys have to do. But now that you guys are all here and we could get a chance to actually tackle the Queen, you guys are on the other side holding the fort against people that are not even coming through.
Drawing back to the parallels between Living Memory and Endwalker, Sphene essentially did the same thing as Endsinger did and just kicked everybody out, forcing you to use the Crystal Vazem to summon your friends.
Fair enough.
So even if they had come, they would have done nothing. Let's catch up on chat really quick. Ashola went straight to the gate every free moment she had. Yeah, so it was really weird that you didn't call her to come to another gate that might lead to another world. You're just like, you did it before when you were trying to figure out, like, oh hey, like I found a void gate, let's call Ashtola.
Right?
And then it's like, now you find some other gate and you're just like, let me just sit on my hands and like, we'll go do the coronation thing. And then I'm gonna go to the Wild West instead of calling any of my friends.
Little the thumbs and everything like that, you know. Not even hook your girl up.
Yeah, this was a thing that also had a nevermind after it. Okay. Yeah, any other thoughts on the Scions?
I don't miss them.
Yep, can't miss them if they don't go away. I think that's very apt. I feel like anybody who's played World of Warcraft and hung out around a warlock knows that quote very well because it's what the succubus says, and I always think about that quote because I use succubus a lot. I can't miss you if you don't go away. I think about that a lot, and I think that applies here very, very aptly. Okay. So, the next part that I had noted here that I wanted to ask you all about a little bit kind of got answered by Yoshida in a recent interview on which shard it is. We've established now it is the 9th. But before that was confirmed, did anybody have any theories on what Alexandria is and which shard it was? Did anybody think something different?
No.
I had no thoughts because my brain does not venture into other shards that often. Even though we did get that lesson from Urianger back in Shadowbringers.
You mean Graha?
Well, yeah, Graha did talk about that, but Urianger did talk about it when he actually got a chance to see him.
Urianger talked about the elemental wheel. Graha did the whole PowerPoint projection in 3D.
That's why I got things confused. Okay, yeah. So my whole confusion is like I had no idea which shard this is. I was like, I kind of want to know. I want to know, but like, I had no idea. Like up until it was actually explained properly.
I personally did diving into the Eorzean Encyclopedia to look up the order of events as they happened on the source. And then I quickly realized that if this was the 12th shard, which is the one that was the Calamity of Lightning, it would have been out of order for the Lalafell to become the Malala. So I was just like, there's no way that it was that. And then based on Graha's PowerPoint presentation on how rejoinings work, in order for that planet to be, or that shard to be fully rejoined, it would have had to been, rejoined as in whole. And by that point, since it was pretty early on, there is no way in hell that Emmett Sulk would have let a little pocket of the 12th remain unrejoined without doing anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
as a side note, the 11th shard is still there, and we're having an 11 alliance raid.
Oh no.
that's some speculation stuff right there. Chat says you kind of saw the Scions as the loose plot thread that will be directions the writers can take to the MSQ later. Kind of like how AR had all these loose plot threads, so Yoshida making the comment about the Scions usage didn't surprise him because it seems like they're already going in separate directions anyway, because this because it's this is one of the few times most of them have separate goals. Yes, so Dawntrail 100%, and they had said this during the media tour to all the people who were there. So if you'd watched any media tour content, you would know that Yoshida had very explicitly stated then that Dawntrail is them basically throwing spaghetti at the wall to try out a lot of different ideas and different approaches to things, and just throw a bunch of things out there and then see what works, see what sticks, and leave a bunch of threads for them to pull on later. That's exactly how ARR was. So like as far as like comparing Dawntrail as an expansion, I took it as like this should be compared to ARR and not necessarily to Shadowbringers and Endwalker that everybody really loves, because those were more complete expansions that had build up beforehand, and here we're doing a new build up.
If I may add to that, this actually is like one of my major frustrations that I had with a lot of the player base actually, is because people are taking a look at this. It's like, you gave us Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and now you have this. It's like, guys, this is basically a Realm Reborn. This is a Realm Reborn, but a little bit at a faster pace. Granted, breakneck speed, a little bit all over the place, but you get the idea there. It's a new foundation, new world. We're setting up for an entirely new set of things that's going to be happening in this area. It's a Realm Reborn. We're gonna be dealing with all of that.
They're reacting exactly the way they were expecting them to react. So
Yes. So I don't think any of the does are necessarily. But for those of us who are paying attention, it is about, like kind of what you would expect.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's like for in terms of like overall experience with this expansion, I was actually pretty fine with it. Like experiencing like everything going on, because taking in new things, taking new places, seeing new characters, seeing things set up for like the future, like because there's a lot of things you can see there that's set up for the future, and it's just like, how are you going to be starting up a new arc? When you start off a new arc, it's going to be a little messy, but there's definitely some things that help ease things in. You just got to make sure that you're not too haphazard with it.
Okay. Any other final thoughts on Dawntrail as an expansion? Or actually, I guess specifically, maybe a little bit out the MSQ as well, before I move us into the next set of topics.
I have a lot of things, but they're all further down, so.
Okay. So let's move in then into our favorites of the expansion. So we were kind of started getting into it a little bit before. So favorites and least favorites, zones and characters. I want to hear what your favorites were. What did you love the most about this expansion? What did you love the least as far as like zones, characters, and specific things about the expansion?
I had one zone that I actually didn't like until the latter half of it. And it was a large chunk of the first part of Heritage Valley, because it was like a lot of it was, it's like dilapidated and destroyed outside of like the outskirts area. Yeah, absolutely. And like once you got to see like what was it called, Proto Alexandria, you realize what was completely lost. It's like that's when it started to kick for me. Outside of that, I actually pretty much liked every zone that was up in the game.
Hold on. The question was, what was your least and favorite zone?
Yes, we're starting with that.
Okay, so I guess my answer is living memory for both.
Fair
So
enough.
like before and after?
Yep.
That's fair.
Before, favorite place. After, worst zone.
It is a rather
understandable.
dramatic change, the before and after, because it's so colorful before, when you first get there.
Yeah.
Not being able to fly sucks, and then the moment you're able to fly, it's all very monotonous and it sucks, and you can't ride on anything.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's-
absolutely disheartening.
You cannot touch anything in there. I tried.
The carousel.
Yeah, you can't get
Oh
on it.
yeah, I was like, I was trying to take some.
I was
photos
trying to
and
bait
that-
you into trying to get on the carousel, but I failed. Wanted to see you fall like everybody else. And
Yeah.
sorry, really quick. Chat says, I think for me, we're most impressed by the that they obviously took the advice of cultural advisors and made the ideas of the people and as the foundation of the whole MSQ. So for anybody who doesn't know, they it was disclosed in an interview that the writers for Dawntrail, while they didn't travel to the actual countries that they were basing things on, there was a exhibit at a museum that they went to and were free to explore and go ham in to observe and learn as much about, the real cultures of these areas in IRL.
I think you were talking about that when you were talking about Urkopacha, right, Atwhite?
Yes. I wanted to talk about like what my favorite aspect was.
Yes, go ahead.
Dawntrail. But I did wanted to say the same thing what the commentator in the chat mentioned is just the whole concept of what they took from the actual source, like Latin America, the culture, especially the cenotes, which is prevalent in the Yucatan Peninsula. So I was familiar with that area the moment I got to Yuctaral. Urucapacha was one of the few like shining moments I really enjoyed because it's like, that place looked like Peru. So I just think they did an astounding job on how they implemented a lot of these, like, the Latin American influences in the places. Even without traveling to them, I still believe they did their research pretty well.
Related to that, I did think one of the things I really loved about Dawntrail and my favorite things is the food. If y'all have taken a look at the food items that we get, thing sounds amazing.
You just triggered me.
I want to eat it all. This is why we've been eating tacos every goddamn week since Dawntrail came out, because I'm just like, suddenly want tacos again because I'm watching
Just
people play.
Triggered me
I
with
think-
some gathering food.
I did read Yoshi P mentioned about the inspiration for Dawntrail was also because of the topic of tacos. I don't know how much true that is, but I did read something that he was inspired by the food. I don't know.
I am now a master at making al pastor and pibil tacos IRL.
Yes.
I am very good at making both now.
I'm so happy about that.
But to be fair, culture, when you want to learn about a culture, guess what? It's through the food.
Which I think Wugelmon actually
Yeah.
says in the game, which is pretty funny and
Yep.
very true.
No, but it's true though. Like I truly think that's a general census, right?
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Also, I love the fact that Square it keeps on finding means of making me hungry. Like it started with Final Fantasy 15 with Ignis and going ahead and cooking all those lovely.
ramen?
Hey, the beef stew he makes is amazing. By
The
the
beef
way.
stew makes it amazing. Oh, but yeah, talk about even they even made top ramen, like not top ramen, cup noodles. I want to be more specific. They even made cup noodles. Be like, you know what? I want some cup noodles now. But like with the expansion of Dawntrail and even before with Endwalker with the burger, that made me want to go ahead and get a burger. And Dawntrail, this made me just.
I did eat a lot of
Mexican
Indian food during.
But during
Endwalker.
Stupid Razadon, yeah.
Yeah, I ate a lot of Indian food
I
during
was
that.
like, when I first came, I was like, I want Indian food.
But more than
Yeah.
that, I've eaten so many damn tacos these past 2 months.
Oh, and I killed my glucose level because of mango lassi.
Mango lassi? Oh, the lassi, yeah. I remember talking with Parfait about that when you actually was like, is lassi actually a thing? And she told me like, yeah, it is.
It's delicious. It's so
It's
good.
Choco, because in this game it's known as like the mango fruit in this game is called the agaro, or what is it? It starts with the A, which is literally a mango. in this.
I'll definitely have to see how it is. But yeah, so it's like, it's you can tell that they actually did a lot of research, and they actually put a lot of heart into going into these zones. So it's just like it feels like very, very, very good to go ahead and experience like each individual coaster. Oh, also now I want mezcal, which I don't have, and I'm sad.
Oh yeah, we have mezcal now because of this. Sorry, Yoneko, go ahead.
So you have all this great food, right? The carne asada taco, banana, Pond's cake, coconut cod chowder, all foods that you would expect from the region. And then you get slapped with nasi goreng. And I'm like, what the heck? Why is an Asian dish in this zone?
Okay,
Why
to
do
be
I have
fair,
Indonesian fried rice with my tacos?
it has nothing to do with that. But Alize in the trailer was eating an attis fruit, which is found in Southeast Asia
Look,
commonly.
I think at this point we gotta remember it's a fantasy world, so maybe things don't quite equate.
I don't care. I'm just saying, really.
Chat actually adds that this time it's not really the food itself that is explored in the MSQ, and it's a bit more unique. It's the act of sharing food between two groups of people. A good example is Hunmu Rook's challenge in the feats. Also eating the food in Solution 9 where everybody's watching you, which was not weird at all. And the tasteless popcorn in Living Memory, as well as the tasteless ice cream with Kryle's parents. And also points out that there's a mix of sea-inspired cultures that we can see. And they do prompt up Tuliolal as being like a melting pot of cultures. So even though it is heavily Latin American focused, it does make sense for there to be some cultures kind of hanging out over there as well and getting a little bit of their food in.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, actually, that's a very interesting point. Where in terms of like the act of sharing food is really and truly like what helps like bring people together. I mean, you take a look and think about like all the times when you're just going ahead and eating with crew. It's just like that's when you're the most lively. When you get to go ahead and eat and then be merry, or drink and then be merry. Oh, especially the drink. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and that was the entire thing about the Feet of Her Past is it brought people together by doing that.
Yeah, and I think that's also another reason as to why I got and understood like I have a major soft spot for Wuklamat is because like it's like she does like understand that major aspect of like of understanding culture and sharing cultures as well, because hey, food is a great way to share one's culture.
Okay.
And I'll echo Atwhite from the chat. Yeah, it's making me hungry.
Yes. Runar also adds that there are buildings that are actually sea inspired, which I didn't notice. And Hanu Hanu is inspired by Polynesian cultures. Okay, I think I did actually pick up on that a little bit.
I feel like you could really feel it, actually, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cinti, did you have any additional thoughts about food?
No, just want some nasi goreng now.
Very fair. Sorry, going back to zones. Actually, I didn't have any favorite zone personally, or least favorite. I just I really like the food, unless you count the hub cities, which I thought both were done really well. Obviously, Tuliolal just feels more lively unless you're a crafter. Because if you're a crafter, or if you're picking up tomes, and like picking up gear, then you would go hang out in the same area. But other than that, Solution 9 feels dead compared to...
Yeah, I think the Tuliolal region was the best.
So good.
Before. Yeah.
I really like hanging out in that city.
Maybe it's a fact because my culture is in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm biased.
I like getting a chance to experience like the culture of Tuliolal, but getting a chance to see the sites of Solution 9, specifically Solution 9, was also like kind of interesting because it just took me back to like it was like going to Vegas.
It's
Solution 9
very...
is very much Vegas style. This is a city that does not sleep.
I did have a really good time hanging
Area
out.
51 a lot.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
had a lot of like Blade Runner vibes to it. It's very Blade Runner to me. The neon signs, the whole
Especially when you
Arcadia.
Yes, exactly.
Runar adds the contrast of Solution 9 as design is probably on purpose with the empty feeling. That's very true. But I didn't mean with the NPCs. I actually meant with player characters. Everybody hangs out in Tuliolol instead of Solution 9, unless you're a crafter.
Right?
Not gonna lie. Holy shit! I can only imagine because I haven't been there in NA yet. But I want to go ahead and see like how many people are just chilling and role playing in Tuliolol.
Yeah,
Because,
there are
oh
so
my God.
many people hanging out in Tuliolol on our server. Like I can walk around to most areas and just like be running into people all the time. Whereas when I'm walking around Solution 9, it's very, very focused in the Nexus arcade. And then sometimes you'll see, people walking around in other areas if they're going through the story. But, you really don't see a whole lot of activity there.
Yeah.
So, just comparing those two, like, I love them both. But, like, I think Tuliolol is a little bit more fun just because you'll see other people around.
I will say your bungalow is like really sweet, when you
Oh
see-
my.
Oh, yeah,
God.
the in-room this time? Amazing.
Yeah, it's
Although,
nice
you're missing an entire wall, so I'm not sure what you do when it rains.
Fair enough.
right?
It has rained several times, and when you go ahead and go back to your bungalow, and it's just like, oh no. Please don't get my place wet. Please don't get my place wet.
I really wish you could invite people into your own instance while you're in the inn. It would make a great RP spot.
That
You
would
are
be
not
really
wrong.
fun. Yeah.
Hey, come to my lair. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a free shower. We are.
No.
Is this a free shower? Yeah. Oh, you know what? You're not wrong. Okay. I want to move us along because we're getting on like almost 3 hours here and we're like barely gone past MSQ stuff. Let's talk about our favorite and least favorite characters. I know that this is going to be one of the things that probably a lot of people have thoughts on. Usually we hear from Cinti or Choco first, so this time, Atwade, I'd like to hear from you first. Who are your favorite and least favorite characters?
Oh man. I will say, it ties in between, it's really hard because I have a lot of opinions about, with Lamai, and I'm gonna say my favorite is probably Kona, and between him and Baku Jaja.
Hmm. And how about your least favorite?
Oh boy.
If you need some time to think about it, that's totally okay.
I need a bit of time to think before I say anything.
Okay, no problem. Cinti, how about you? Who are your favorite and least favorites?
Favorite character is Otis. No explanation
Aw.
needed.
Otis
Right?
is a Chad. Otis is amazing.
He is a Giga Chad.
Love him.
How about your least favorite then?
Least favorite character, it's not his fault. He's my least favorite character. It's really the writer's fault, and one of the characters who I think was too much show and not enough tell is Zorljaw.
Hmm.
Because we get his reasons why he did it, but it would have been nice to see a little more.
Mm-hmm.
What more do you want from him? Out of Zorljaw? And I'm not saying that like I disagree with you. I'm just trying to get more of your thoughts here. What are you looking for that would maybe make you like Zorljaw a bit more?
So more about his past, because he wasn't. They wrote it away saying he didn't really say anything unless spoken to. More about his strategy, like okay, we know he's tormented because all right, he's the blessed. Wait, what do they call him? Miracle something? Blessed something?
The
Resilient.
resilient
child?
son, yeah, the resilient son.
We know that title weighed on him, but we didn't really see it,
Mhm.
And what else was there? Like I said, we know his motivations, but I would like to see it more.
Very, very fair. I have some additional thoughts on that as well because I actually agree to some degree on that. Choco, let's hear from you first, though. Who are your favorite and least favorite characters?
Okay, so this is gonna be a double for both favorite and least favorite. So for favorite, to echo Cinti, Otis. The moment that Otis showed up there, that was amazing. And the second favorite was, of course, Wuklamat. I am a sucker for shonen heroes, and Wuklamat is that in spades. On top of that, I can just look at her and take a look at so many different things, main characters that I've seen that, stumble and go through and grow, even at a quick pace. and I just like her general idea of being able to just bring people together. And she was actually, like, her being able to tie people together was actually great for me. Least favorite was also a pair, and part of it, I'll echo Cinti. Zoro Ja, I feel like, got the most weird after the right, after the right to the trials to become Dawn servant. Like, he got the most weird after that. It's just like every part of his motivation felt like it was just taken to an intense extreme, rather than getting a chance to like understand him a little bit more. And the other person to that would be, oddly enough, Sphene. It was the way how her demeanor was, that it was very hard for me to go ahead and basically get a read on her, and part of that was frustrating to me. Like trying to see, like, you can spit it out, girl, spit it out. You can spit it out. We can hear you. We are there. You have the ability to whisper. Tell us what you want us to do. And it's like, no, I'm gonna wait till later. It's like, okay, all right, I'll hold you to that. But it's just like, yeah, there's some things, parts of her that just like, it was just a little rough for me.
Very, very fair. So my favorite, actually, because of the way that they were written, I actually really liked Bakul Jaja, even though he's an asshole who stepped on my tacos, and that man, as a part of his called reconciliation, for his character development, still owes me tacos, because that way I'll know he'll come full circle and he didn't fall off the path of redemption. He has to give me tacos so that I know he's, trying to make amends with people. But I feel that his story was actually handled in one of the best ways. It was well written. He started off as a jerk, but he realized his wrongdoings. You got to see he had proper motivations for doing what he was doing. He learned from his mistakes. He's actually trying. So I feel like he's a much better. He's like, in Dawntrail, he's one of the most well-written characters. So I actually really like him, even though I think even though I spent the majority of the expansion being really pissed at him. You ruined my food. I will never forgive you, unless you pay me back. So yeah. I think he was actually one of my favorites for that reason, just because the writers dealt with him pretty well. And then to echo actually both Cinti and Choco, I had two least favorites for very similar reasons. Zoro Ja, very poorly written. Whereas Bakul Jaja was written well, Zoro Ja was unfortunately brushed off, which is very unfortunate considering the fact that he is supposed to be one of the major villains in the story. All of his development and a lot of his motivations was all handled off screen, and you're just supposed to somehow magically infer. And if you're not paying close attention, you'll never figure out like what was really going on with him. And I think that was a missed opportunity on the part of the writers to develop him well by because you can kind of figure out that like, yes, his motivation is that like he is under a lot of stress and pressure, and they spend a lot of time misleading you into thinking that it's actually like his little Iago minion whispering darkness into his ears. But like that was, you come to find out that that's not necessarily the case. And then he goes from just being kind of like an aloof dick that's under a lot of pressure to, after 30 years, somehow becoming an asshole that wants to kill everybody, even though before then, especially during the trial with Vali Gramanda, he even says it's like, look, I want to win at all costs, but also I need to make sure I have a people to protect, otherwise what's the point? And then he suddenly goes from that to 30 years later, after his own personal time skip, fuck everybody, I just need to be the strongest and kill them all. And it's like that was very jarring, and it didn't make a lot of sense, and like you could kind of try to rationalize it, but the writers were honestly that part just felt very lazy. They didn't bother to explain or give any reason for him, and which is, again, that's unfortunate because he's one of the major villains in the expansion, and they really could have paid a little bit more attention to him. And it didn't even have to be anything particularly lengthy. It could have just been like a little bit of side dialogue, not even in a cutscene where somebody complaining, and didn't even have to be someone you were required to talk to. Could have just been a side NPC, like optional dialogue, like, hey, let me explain what was going on with him, and like what happened, and that would have been fine. That would have helped him a lot. And the other character that I disliked was Sveen. Not necessarily, well, okay. Not necessarily for the same reasons, but for very similar reasons. Sveen was obviously partially the Xenos of the expansion, but as a antagonist kind of following you around, and then partially also the Meteon Endsinger, where like she's going to kill everybody and all that stuff. And she's like, you're my best friend. She's basically like Wuklamad Xenos. So, she's like, you're my friend, but I'm going to kill you, kind of thing. So, but she actually I disliked Sveen so much that she made me like Xenos more. And I think anybody who has watched me before knows that I'm not a particularly huge fan of Xenos because he gives us huge stalker vibes, which I hate. But
Absolutely.
She was so absolutely shady about it, with the way that she would just be like changing the subject all the time. God, she was so frustrating. She would keep changing the subject and then like not answering questions, and then be like also like trying to act all innocent, be like, oh yeah, I'm just like a loving queen that cares about everybody. And I'm just like, you're really pissing me off. Can you just like be honest with me? Because at the very least, Xenos was up front with you. He's just like, the only thing I care about is fighting you. And I'm just like, creepy, annoying? No, thank you, I'll pass. But at least like he's honest and I know what to expect from him. Whereas with Sveen, she was just being dodgy the whole time, and that was annoying the hell out of me. So for that reason, she's one of my least favorite characters. And on that note, kind of going back to Outwhite, who was your least favorite?
You know, it's funny because this is becoming kind of the like anti-Zoralja camp at the moment. But I want to say Zoralja was sort of my dislike, but for kind of a different reason, and because of the whole, anonymity thing. Like his desire, his purpose was not exactly, not exactly realized until the last part of the Dawntrail. Like, how it's like, because I go back to that whole wanting to understand his familial structure with his father and his adopted siblings, which did not expand on that, which is, I just felt that he was brushed off, like he said, and I thought the lack of interest was frustrating about him. Like, I wanted to understand more about his why, like, I know he's the only son of Goluja and everyone he's against, but he has a lot of misunderstandings of his intentions with the titles, and it's it just feels like Goluja didn't really bring up those issues even when he was with you alone, right? Like, he never really explored much of about the relationship with his family. Especially Zoralja. So, now I'm thinking about, like, oh, what if Goluja paid attention to him more? Would he be the same person? Or, I think a lot about that with this character. But it isn't because I dislike him, it's just, he doesn't really have a lot of context.
I think part of my interpretation on the relationship between Gulujaja and Zoralja is the head of Resolve did pay attention to Zoralja, but purely from a more like martial training aspect, rather than like actually trying to talk about him. And again, that thing about sharing thoughts and feelings, and how a lot of people in this game really just need therapy, but therapy doesn't exist. Family counseling would have gone a long way here to express the unexpressed.
I sometimes forget we don't have that kind of medical accessibility.
Yeah. But Atwood, you actually bring up a really good point, and considering that one of the major themes in Dawntrail is family,
right?
Like, the fact that we get to see like his thoughts about family as he is dying actually hurt the most. It's just like we could have seen that unfold and actually to see how his descent would actually make more sense instead of us trying to piece together what went on, because his immediate betrayal of Khalil Jah was so jarring. It's just like, this was your logistical ally for a long time, and you just kill him out of cold blood. What the hell's going on?
Yeah. His
yeah.
opinions on family just kind of like got thrown out there at left field, and you're just like, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was trying to say without sounding doofy. So
Yeah. No, it makes perfect sense, and it's like most of his familial hang-ups, you go ahead and see that through like Gulu Ja, the kid.
yeah.
And it is just like, it hurts to see, because like now that kid's gonna be saddled with all of that trauma right now, and a lot of it, when I took a listen to like all of how what Zoro Ja was feeling, it's just like a lot of what he was saying is just like, some people can actually relate to that struggle, like having to go ahead and hold all that stuff up.
Right. There's also a weird thing I did not understand, his purpose to insinuate wars just to encourage peace, which was a very... That was such a bizarre...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, like, I forgot to mention this earlier, but that
I
was
really
one of
wish
the...
they expanded on that.
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest takes on his desire to, like, be the Dawn servant. It's just like, whoa, you're twisted as fuck, bro. It's like, sorry for the language again.
Zoro Ja, the hot take.
So his, like his dad showed, how Warren States, how Galuja encouraged, like, oh, the Warren States is much better off, is much better where peace is at. But then Zoroja's like, he can't get it through his thick lizard skull that, like, he did it by, like, Galuja, the dad, sorry. He learned it by just traveling around Tululio, learning about his people, and that's how he freaking, like, okay, I'm gonna make sure to unite everybody because I want to learn more about my people.
I think it was
it was just a very striking contrast with what he took from his father and what the father... It's not explained once again. What did he learn and what did Galuja teach him, Galuja, I'm sorry, I can't say his son.
I like how the twins immediately catch on. It's just like, that's what the Garleans did.
Oh yeah, that was my very first reaction to him. I'm like, oh, he's Garlemald. Got it. Okay, he's the Tuliolol and Garlemald. Okay.
I almost wanted to put throw Xenos in there, but he isn't as crazy. I guess I don't know.
I was no, you're perfectly fine on that, because I actually thought very similar. It's like, oh, he's kind of like Xenos, like, and then I realized, no, not necessarily.
They actually straight up compare him to Xenos in the game. I can't remember who remarks on it.
Alize.
I think.
Yeah, Alice.
Was it Elsie? Yeah.
Yeah, she's like.
I don't remember what she said though.
She was basically saying he gives off Xenos vibes, which is true.
But I believe that's what she would say.
I think he kind of did he kind of rebutted when you were comparing him with the Garlic Bread Empire.
Yes.
What was the rebuttal again? He was like, he didn't want to rule people with like fear or something. He wanted to like include them after he would, empire them into Toliala.
Mm-hmm.
So he knew the failings of Garlemald and wasn't going to repeat it.
I guess
And
to
then
say
he ended up repeating it.
right. I guess to say the reason why Zoralja was in my dislike was because he just acted more like the antithesis to everything. But I still don't really understand his thinking, is what I'm trying to emphasize.
Yeah, and I think that goes into the poorly written that we were trying to get at earlier as well, because like that's something that really should have been explained. But
yeah, that's what I wanted to
I feel
explore.
like it really truly was the fact that he, 30 years being cut off from everybody else, legitimately might have made him go insane, which, go ahead and into echo, Parfait, please take care of your mental health, so you don't just completely spiral out of control, and sort of just completely spiral. But it's just like, again, because we didn't actually get any kind of glimpse at all into what happened to him while he was inside that 30-year time bubble, we have nothing. And so everything when he comes on back is incredibly jarring.
Going into chat's thoughts, chat says they actually love Sphene as a character, or sorry, disliked, Runar in chat disliked Honey Bee Lovely, who I don't think everybody here knows who that is, so I'm not going to go into that too much, but actually really likes Sphene because she is different and fascinating. She has she's a different approach to a villain, which they really like. Her benevolent side and Eternal Sphene side kind of going back into that. And then about Zoral Ja, he saw people as bricks, but not in a good way.
When you think about it, yeah, very much so.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, actually, just a quick attack for that. I mean, Zoral Ja and even Bakul Jaja had very similar thoughts, but when you get to Bakul Jaja, you actually understand the kind of pressure that's on his shoulders and realize that he doesn't really want to subjugate people. He just wants to do well by his people, which makes perfect sense.
He's just trying to flex power because he thinks that's the only way to solve things.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
Did I miss this information that Zorolja was actually the leader of the Landsguard, or was I?
Yes.
Yeah, that was at the beginning. They tell you that he leads the Landsguard, and that's actually why he was missing from the tournament against Bakul Jaja, because he had to leave the Landsguard to go take care of something.
And he won the contest, right? Bakul Jaja.
Yeah, that's why Bakul Jaja won, because Zorolja wasn't there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, everything about Zorolja was basically to one-up his father. He was a military figure, so to him, every solution can be answered. Yeah, yep. Military people be like that. All right, I'm actually going to move us on a little bit because we do only have a couple more hours till raid. Controversy. All right, I would like to talk about the controversial topics of Dawntrail next. Boy, there are definitely a few different topics to kind of go over here. Voice work being one, writing and story direction, music choices, which is a big one for me, and the acting and direction. And then I mentioned a little bit about dialogue options for Warriors of Light. But yeah, for this one, let's start with Cinti. Please give me your thoughts on things that those types of controversial topics. Do you have any thoughts on them? Any opinions that you'd like to kind of contribute?
Listed like 5 different things we could go off of. Could you help narrow things down?
Yeah, let's start with the voice work and acting, and the direction. What are your thoughts on that?
Any voice actor, or I guess the European voice actors are just a different breed. But to be fair, they had like 10 years to play a role, so they know their role like the back of their hand by now. So like any of the new voice actors, any of the ones recorded in LA, all seem flat by comparison. Especially Lukamont. He's like the most flat, least emotive character.
Yeah, I think
relative to like all the other characters, including, her siblings and everybody else.
Wait, what are your thoughts?
So about the voice thing, like, I know Erenville has a very unique accent, but yet when you hear Kukuya talk, especially, I keep forgetting, like, Japanese English could be different in context. Like, she has more of a like Western English, not European, but it's like more American English. But she actually she has no accent at all, and yeah, thinking where the heck did Erenville get his accent from? So that is kind of a very good point. That's
very, very good point.
That's always been the most confusing thing since Dawntrail ever since I heard them open their mouth. So
for the record, it's Icelandic.
I knew about that, but I just don't understand that.
No, that's a really good point.
It is, yeah.
I knew about that already. It's just like I don't understand consistently why in the story,
That is super good point.
That is a very good point. My thing with Erenville is like, I think what would actually make sense for him is considering how long he's been as a gleaner, he could have stayed in a particular spot for long enough to go ahead and develop that accent.
Yeah,
So-
maybe his travels.
Well,
Yeah.
on that
accumulated
point,
it.
though, actually, Kafkawa also was known to travel around, and that was exactly why she told Aaronville to become a gleaner and
Explore.
become more worldly. So,
Yeah.
if anything, Aaronville's the one who should have lost his accent from traveling around.
See,
Fair. I understand that.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
He did adopt a new name and everything.
He did.
he did. That's true.
His real name's really pretty, by the way.
Ellen Ishbia, yes.
Yeah, I like his name.
Choka, what are your thoughts on the controversy of voice acting and direction?
So I haven't really heard a lot of the English voices because I played in JP. But here's the thing that I think was very telling. The voice actress for Wuklamat did a lovely little voicing of a meme, which I thought was actually pretty good. And she basically became Wuklamat, almost like right there, almost instantaneously. And it's just like you could definitely get like her reaction and her personality from her. So to hear that she sounded incredibly flat in her delivery for the main game makes me think that something must have gone off with the direction.
Was this the cilantro meme?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah, that was really
Yes.
funny.
I think she pulled it off super well, but it's like from what I heard that the voice direction for, I guess for the newer voice actors was not all that good.
I do actually have some insight on how voice acting and voice direction works because I have had opportunity to get to know and talk to several voice actors, and a lot of that actually when fans think that something is voiced poorly, that is entirely because of the voice direction. Because especially giving Wuklamat as who we're discussing as like potentially had some flat deliveries. If you go and look at the voice actress Senna and look at her profile, she actually does very, very good work and she's highly skilled. The issue is if the director does not give good instruction on the context of the scene and how the delivery should be, then there's no way for the voice actor to know what's appropriate. And I do actually fully agree that on that note, the English voice direction for Dawntrail is unfortunately poor. You can actually even hear it in some of the European voice actors as well, because they're missing some of the usual emotion and inflection that they would normally have in like past expansions and some of their deliveries. I did notice that some of it was off and it like didn't quite fit as it normally would, and it's most likely because they were not given proper context on what the delivery should be.
I was looking at the credits. They had separate directors.
Oh, did
in
they?
both locations, yeah.
There could have
I was
been
like-
some miscommunication or like some kind of communication issue there then where the context was not properly given to the directors.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah, when it was scrolling through, I was like, this is the guy you need to blame during my stream.
And then you realize that there were two?
Oh, no,
Where's-
specifically the LA.
Oh, for the LA one. Yeah, actually, okay, what's interesting though is that
a good point.
so what's interesting is for the English voice actors where some were done in LA, I did think that a lot of the ones in Shaloni, they weren't terrible. They were not as bad as like prior to that in the expansion.
Yeah.
Like Shaloni was a lot. There's some really good parts in Shaloni for voice acting, and so that does tell me that it's they
Especially
could
boy.
yeah. There was definitely it wasn't like an entire thing. It was like what am I trying to say here? I think that there were definitely some missing notes. Like maybe they didn't get all of the instructions that they needed to. Because it's not like the voice director was completely terrible, but they definitely made a lot of mistakes. And for what reason, we don't really know. We can only speculate.
I'm still laughing at the fact that Walika or Magnus, whatever, he still had the most prominent Western voice, out of the whole characters you encounter in English. I don't know how it is in Japanese. I have to see. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that's an interesting topic for the voices because the context would sound so much different in another, voice.
Runar points out that it's very possible that because of timelines, that by the time they got the results back, there wasn't enough time to take. And I think that's something that Square Enix may need to reconsider for the future. Use this as a example to gauge timeline and proper time expectations to try to improve in the future. Because obviously there were some issues here. There were people who I don't normally hear or see playing in Japanese because the English voice direction was subpar.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a lesson that needs to be learned here. At first, my knee-jerk reaction was just like, the English voice director must be terrible because, like a lot of this is really bad. But then, like, as I started watching a little bit later on, I'm like, actually, some of this is perfectly fine. And I think even Otis is a really, really good example. Otis's voice in English, amazing.
Yeah, and like so much character.
Yeah, and like a lot of the voice work, like in the later part, was much better than the beginning. So I think there's, minus some of Luke Lamont's line, especially at the final fight. Sorry, it's so out of place. It was weird. But yeah. So I think there's definitely like some kind of behind the scenes issue that we may not be aware of.
Oh, Runner, but another good point is that they hired a lot of Latin American and people from indigenous backgrounds to do some of the voice acting. So, some things might have been not accounted for, is what he said.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point as well. So, yeah. The voice direction was certainly flawed. For what reason, we can't say for sure. I just hope that Square Enix can improve upon it in the future to see. Okay, let's go on to the next controversial topic here, which is, where'd my notes go? Music.
Oh my god,
the
that's
music.
so cool, Runar.
Otis's VA was James Day, who voiced one of the 12. The one, with Thaliak. Oh, that's very cool.
Awesome.
Very, very nice.
I love how Thaliak was like gushing over how people were in love with Thaliak's voice, and then he was like, "That's me," because he plays the game as well.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, legit.
I always like that when the cast actually play the game, just to like. Okay,
yeah, actually, a lot of them started playing recently, which is pretty. Well, not a lot of them, but like a couple people. All right. Anyway, music choices. I think this is music in general in Dawntrail. There's some controversy around it. I'd like to hear your thoughts before I give mine. Let's start with Choco this time.
Okay. So, in terms of music, for the most part, the music for me was actually okay. Like the moment that it hit Taro, it was nighttime, so I heard jazz. It was so good. And then in the morning time, I heard swing. It was so good. You had so much like interesting different choices of music during a lot of times. There was some controversy that I will actually go ahead and cop out. It's like there was a lot of Realm Reborn music that was also being used as well. It's just like that is par for the course for like a Final Fantasy 14 game expansion in time, but at the same time, it's like I could also agree with those. It's like you might want to use different music for certain instances of the story, especially from like some of the later expansions. However, there is one such thing in terms of music choice. Like again, I was like, most of music choice was actually pretty good. However, there's one. I think the song is "Smile," and that's when they're building the train.
When they're building the bomb, you mean?
When you're building the bomb, and it's just like, on the one hand, it's just like this is a montage type of thing. I was not expecting that particular song for that. I have no ill will towards that song, nor do I have any ill will towards like it's like its usage in that. I just find it, to me, it's funny. To
It
me,
was
it's
ridiculous. It was pretty
hilariously
wild.
funny.
It was a wild
Okay.
take right there.
I am not the only one who thought that was hilarious that played. I was like, okay, you're gonna play gospel music and we're building a bomb?
That is
Sure,
actually the
It's an amazing song.
Smile is actually the largest trigger for music controversy in this game. You either love it or hate it. If you're a Disney fan, like I am, just like, yeah, Smile's a perfectly fine song. It's totally okay. It was very appropriate during the Dawn Servant coronation ascension ceremony. That was fine.
Yeah.
The wild take and choice to play basically hi ho, it's off to work we go, we're building a bomb to blow shit up. Odd choice.
I love how we incorporate Disney now to this convo.
I
Odd
will
choice.
want to say that the Japanese version of Reddit, 5chan,
Yes.
basically feels the same way about Smile.
It's a perfectly fine song. I think they just misused it, and they actually misused some other music as well, as Choco been pointed out. ARR music, maybe like just not even just ARR, but like the selection of music in general, a little bit weird. They played the Crystarium, or was it Tomorrow? They played some music that was Graha related around a Graha scene when it didn't really make sense. And
during the rowboat scene, during the gondola scene, in Living Memory.
maybe that might have been it.
That was
Weird choice. It took me out of it. Like both times, I was just like, I don't know.
I wish it was
Question for
Titanium.
Choco.
Oh.
The ARR track, are you talking about the Dawn of a New Era?
Not necessarily. It's
Because the use of Dawn of a New Era really triggered me.
Dawn of the New Era is a
Wow.
that
Yeah, that's the one.
yes, because it's a really weird loop.
Huh.
Well, they've really only used it in 2 expansions, ARR and Endwalker,
Yes.
and for very specific reasons. So the fact that they used it in Dawntrail really just irked me.
It was a casual use, if I remember correctly. It's like, guys,
was.
wait, that's kind of weird. So I can never understand that.
What track is this?
Dawn of the New Era. It's not a track. It's a motif.
Yes.
Alright.
It plays. The first time you hear it is at the end of the ARR trailer. Like, you know, when she got on the chocobo after you
Yeah.
get teleported to the future. It's also used in Endwalker, but you haven't done the content yet, so I can't really say.
Chat says the lyrics of Smile make you think it's a song about Sphene. Oh, that's an interesting take. I think I've heard that one before.
I
Yeah.
can actually agree with that. Yes. Because I feel like it was actually also sung after you beat her, but
Oh, you know what else that looks kind of interesting? Like, I feel like that's a song you'd be playing in Alexandria.
yes.
Weirdly enough.
They did try very hard to promote the happy, perfect society, so I could see that.
Yeah.
Mhm. Like I can see like the way that it was sung towards the end after after Sphene's defeat, is that it was more of a messy type of singing, but built up with a chorus until the crescendo into something beautiful, which actually that is brilliant. That is a brilliant way to go ahead and do that song. As people yes. People responding to loneliness and helplessness. It's like it's
Right.
encouraging them to go ahead and like keep going. And I haven't actually listened to like the full lyrics in full. Thank you for going ahead and bringing that home, Renar. But because like you
Yeah.
can tell like with the way how all the voices join together, it's a harmonic piece that it's like it's a good like kind of like mellow explanation point to what was an intense fight. And I just thought that was actually like just a brilliant type of song. I like how I remember how someone was just like, oh, why does the main lead of woman like sound so off? It's like, think about it. If you are singing and doing a chorus and you have like or doing like an orchestra or a song or whatever, and you have like one part of it that sounds off, but with everybody else, it's a beautiful melody. Of course, alone it's gonna sound off. Just like give it time to cook, let it cook.
I think that
definitely need to check it out in that context.
yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you for bringing that up, Renar. Good job. Yeah, that's something that I'll have to look into as well. I actually didn't realize that, so I'm gonna look into that. And like I said, Smile, perfectly fine song. I just think some of the usage of it was weird. Specifically at the let's go build a bomb.
Let's go build a bomb. I have to add like one little bit of love for Smile. I both say this as a Disney kid and as a Catholic. Gospel music for me, so like when it actually hits well, it hits well. And the song itself is great. Again,
yeah,
it hits well, but it would have hit better.
There's, I really wonder, and I hope Soken or somebody else can provide some, just some context for the community eventually on what went into some of the song choices and reusing certain tracks for certain parts of the story that were just generally perceived as very odd by the community. I'd just love to hear their thoughts on it.
Not a bad idea, yeah.
Like, what were you going for there? Like, did we like miss something? Was there like something that you wanted to convey that we all just kind of almost universally missed? Because I think right now I haven't heard of anybody who has answers to like why you would make such a wild choice.
I mean, it's people getting together to, do something constructive, so it's happy.
You're not wrong, but it's all very confusing with the happiness and all getting together. It's still not wrong.
I do feel like we had some more appropriate tracks that would probably have conveyed the same thing, but without making it weird.
Yeah.
And what is it? Leading to it, the normal BGM for that during the time is the, I believe, sand trombone music.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah. All right. Any final thoughts on musical controversy?
I think it was good.
I think just the Smile thing was probably the most.
Yeah, that was definitely the most jarring. Werner says, I think it's one of those things that on paper made sense, but it was actually really weird to people.
Yeah.
Yep, that's totally possible.
That's probably exactly what happened. Probably exactly what happened. No, for me, it's that motif being used.
The leitmotif?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zoralja's music was boss too.
That was actually really good. All right.
Wait, is his music really just Smile? Oh god.
Oh, it is? Oh, I didn't know that. That's
It is such a banger.
Yeah.
but it's so good. It's so distinctive. I wouldn't notice. Oh, okay.
Ooh, I cannot
was
spell
up
today.
there in one of my favorite songs.
Well, I guess you like
Same
Smile.
motifs.
I guess
was
you do
banging
like the
my
motif after all. You just don't always like the execution.
Except Zoralja has a better way.
Nobody said Smile was bad. It's just the
No,
use of
no.
Smile.
Yeah, it was
You-
just misused.
They got some they got some hot takes on where to use it. So,
Yeah.
all right, next topic as we move along here, predictions and wild theories. What are we thinking is going to happen? One of the questions I have here. What is going on with the 9th? Inti. What's first?
Like predictions?
Yes. And
Well,
specifically
okay.
the question of what do you think is happening with the 9th?
Because I have predictions, but nothing to do with the 9th.
Okay. At White, do you have any thoughts on the 9th? Anyone else?
I don't think that far ahead exactly.
Fair. Choco, do you have any thoughts?
In terms of, I will say I might have some thoughts, but I want to make sure that I got them proper. So I think more discussion about like what the 9th is will probably help like really truly solidify what my thoughts are.
Like, okay, if we're talking about that, then like obviously it's just another reflection, just being primed for rejoining, really.
Yeah, that was definitely my take as well. So the 9th is so there's only so much elemental aspects that we have, and then even with Umbral and Astral, we have no choice but to repeat some of the elements. So even though we already had a Calamity of Lightning, it is very strongly likely that the 9th was also being primed to be another Calamity of Lightning. I don't think they're that picky. They were just trying to go with whatever was going to work. Who knows? The unsundered Asians are all dead. We can't ask them. But I'm fairly certain that, you know, the 9th was, you know, one that they were priming. And if you can... So... Here's my theory for what's going on with the 9th. Living Memory, after you shut everything down, is pretty quiet, if y'all noticed. And if you were paying attention, Living Memory itself is actually on the 9th, because what was transported over to the source in the dome, they made that big deal about how the 12th floor was missing. That's because it is still back on the 9th. So Living Memory is, you know, that's you in the 9th on another reflection. And it is oddly quiet and oddly missing the lightning storms that you see in the dome. So that says to me that perhaps things are calming down there, and we may be trying to take an approach like we did with the first and trying to restore etheric balance there.
Well, and I think you're missing the electricity because you're not actually outside.
You think it's all inside still?
Yeah.
It didn't quite seem... Well, I guess it could be artificial sky. 11 may have been a side product. Oh, yeah, that's true, because they were... Well, actually, no. Hold on. Let me think about this. They created those lightning towers to capture all the unnaturally high amount of leaven that they had. Yeah. But it did seem... But how would you get outside of Living Memory then? Because it just seemed like a huge space. The Levin might have been a side product of the Electrope. I don't know if that's true, because they use the Electrope because of the high amounts of Levin.
Outside of Living Memory would be already merged with the source. Because everything would have to exist inside the dome.
What makes you say that? Why do you think it has to be merged with the source already? This is the 9th and not the 12th.
Okay, so that part, because I believe the 12th floor does exist still, but it still exists in the 9th.
Living Memory is the 12th floor.
Yeah. And the 12th, it's all one structure, the tower.
Yes.
It's just missing the top in the source because it's still in the 9th.
Yes.
And everything is inside the dome, I guess, except for that. Except for the 12th floor.
Yes, so the 12th floor is on the 9th. That's where you are when you go. That's why you're crossing. But what's happening outside of it then?
What's happening outside of Living Memory?
What's happening outside? Something to think about. Okay. Cinti, you said you did have a bunch of wild theories and predictions.
Well, okay, half the people miss this. Wait, will this work? Oh, damn, I gotta look it up again. I think, Runar mentioned it, but I'm gonna, pull up a screenshot of it.
Okay. Reading off what Chad is saying, there is a side quest in Pelu Pelu that suggests the precursor of Electrope is the orange crystal. That would be the corrupted crystals. The thing with corrupted crystals is that they can take on any elemental aspect. So most likely what they were getting in the 9th was, probably started off with corrupted crystals that were heavily Levin aspected, and that eventually developed into Electrope. Yeah, they're mining a lot of Electrope in Heritage Fan, which looks very different because it's just overwhelmingly Levin. And that is because that shard got...
And the Electrope has the ability to turn into any element, is that right?
It can be... Yeah, so the way that they carve runes into Electrope was to program it to kind of create other functions, such as like fire or water. But the basis of it is all still Levin aspected. It's just that you can use Levin to.
Yeah.
Okay, I posted the image on the Discord chat for the call.
Let
Okay.
me see. If this is an image that I just started looking at right now, I might have an actual thought about that.
I don't know if I can pull it up without messing up the display. So let's see.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that is the thing I wanted to bring up. And it is something that a lot of people, yes, you're right. Half the people did miss.
I missed it my first time.
I also missed it my first time, but not everybody did. The interdimensional key, for those who didn't see, has the symbol of a Zem.
Yeah.
And there are probably many implications and theories.
So,
Brings a lot
Alright.
of questions, but go ahead, Kat.
so to answer the question, Dawntrail, and then, okay, if you don't know what the symbol is, it's like the alchemist symbol for the sun or something like that. Something weird. You see it in other fictions
It's
as
a
well.
circle with a dot in it.
Yeah, so that represents the sun, right? And we're playing Dawn's Trail. So we're actually going through Azem's trail.
That was actually the first thing that I said when I started my for Dawntrail, I'm pretty sure.
And and in a literal sense, Wuklamot went through Azem's trail because we are an incarnation of Azem. Like you were saying earlier at the beginning of the podcast, is that Wuklamot was going through basically the 10 years we just went through in one expansion.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, there's all sorts of parallels. You got a speed run through our story. You got Bukla Jaja, in my opinion, was her Gaius because he was a bad guy who like turned around. I'm a fan of Zoro Ja being her Xenos because he's just, single-mindedly wanting one thing. Otis was like a shining Gosetsu in my eyes. Queen Screen was her Medion.
Gosetsu, no.
All the themes that we went through in the prior expansions, she had to speed run through. So like, what was it? Despair? She had to go through this,
Yeah.
let's see, what were themes and, geez, I should have listed this stuff down.
It is hard to
But yeah.
remember what you want to talk about when you don't write it down. I'm finding that very quickly.
Especially when you're jumping through expansions. Like, I don't get how you guys remember all of that without taking notes. I'm like this struggling.
It is because of emotional vampirism and watching other people do it.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's how we remember by getting
I
it
do not-
reinforced.
I should
Or
watch
watching
like
other
other
people go through it.
streamers. Yeah.
We could give recommendations. Let's see. Yeah, like speed run through our thing. Blah 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 blah. Next 10 years. So in the future, obviously, the next 3 expansions. So if Dawntrail's summer, we're gonna get an autumn, winter, and spring expansion. Very anime tropey to end in spring. Because that's, Japan begins the year in April. And we're just basically going to figure out what the heck Azem is doing between the rejecting to join Vana and the final days. So the next 6.5 years is basically picking up on Azem's trail.
Yeah.
And what else? And obviously Azem was looking into interdimensional travel. The fact that the 9th was fused with the source was an unintended use of the if you look at the hourglass thing, the key, it kind of looks like a twisted what do you call them? Aetherites?
Yes.
Like the
Is it the thing Moon Brita had?
yeah, kind of like a twisted
Orisite?
thing that Orisite. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it's a twisted Orisite, and then I'm guessing that the casing was just to protect it from the sundering.
It makes
And,
me wonder. It
yeah,
makes me wonder who made that key too. You know.
Well, it's gotta be a Zem.
It's clearly, yes, I actually agree with that. I clearly think that it was made by some previous incarnation of a Zem that somehow had reobtained Asian Azem memories, God knows how, and recreated this super magical key. Or the key, they found the key in that reawakened memories. It could have been something the original Azem just kind of had before the Sundering, because we do have artifacts from ancient times, such as the Heart of Sabik, which gets into Endwalker raids, comes up again. Yeah, like, so there were like a few artifacts from ancient times, so this could very well just be another one that Azem made, and then found its way over to the Malalas, who used it, and then it fell into the hands of Preservation, who abused it. But actually, yeah, I agree, and I had like I said, like, I think one of the first things I said during my stream before I actually started Dawntrail was that, like, look, Azem is the Dawn. This is going to be a story about following the path of Azem, which played out in a way I wasn't expecting, because I didn't think we would start with our path. I thought we were gonna go see what a prior Azem was up to. But I think that seems to be where we're going in the future. And
yeah, like, these are like now that we have the key, we can follow the breadcrumbs that technically both Azem and Emmett Silk left us.
because Emmett Silk was Azem's bestie, whether he likes it or not, and he really liked Azem and was like, I miss you, I'm gonna honor you by traveling to all these places.
And now he's like, even though I'm not able to go ahead and go there with you, I want you to see where we traveled to. Actually,
that leads me to remember something else I wanted to say about why I was so sure that this was the 9th and not the 12th for what Alexandria was. Because Emmett so clearly told you, like, do you even know what's going on with the other reflections? I'm just like, obviously he knows. And there's no way he would have left a part of the 12th carved out and not rejoined when that was like one of the first things that they did. I'm just like, there's no way he would have left that alone.
I'm pretty sure he would have some kind of
he told us to go check it out, so he knew.
He encouraged you, yeah.
Okay, hold on, let me catch up on chat really quick. The 9th might actually be in a cycle of recovery. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking when I was asking what was going on with the 9th, because it has been a really long time since the war there actually happened. Nature finds a way, y'all. That's why
If that were true, then why isn't why didn't the 1st and the 13th recover naturally?
So it's only been 100 years on the 1st.
But the 13th is the first world they fucked up on.
Well, that one they kind of fucked up beyond redemption, and that's what they admitted.
That's Zero's world, right?
Yeah. That the Asians like straight up said, it's like, yeah, we kind of messed up that one beyond fixing, and we don't know what to do about it. But this one, the 9th, was a incomplete rejoining, so they hadn't messed it up beyond redemption, and it's entirely possible that it just, kind of slowly over hundreds and hundreds of years is starting to fix itself, which is kind of, again, what they're hoping to do in the empty on the 1st. So, yeah, that's kind of where my thought on that is.
But who would be facilitating it if the world's in ruin?
I think what, and Runar, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you were trying to get at is that it may not necessarily be getting facilitated by anybody, or it could, who knows? We don't know who else was alive outside of the Alexandrian bubble. It was just the Alexandrian bubble. It may have been something that was naturally occurring because of how much time has passed. Kind of like in pulling on other games and things that have happened IRL, it's like how, FF7, the original, not the remakes, you eventually see that nature will recover, and it started taking over the city of Midgar. Sorry, at what? I think I...
No, you were in the
Interrupted.
middle of explaining your thing. I interrupted you.
Me?
I-
Oh no, I don't think it was me.
What was I explaining? I already forgot.
Although I do have something about the prediction I wanted to bring up.
Yeah,
after
go
you guys
ahead.
did
Maybe
this.
I'll remember what I was trying to think of.
All right, sure. So one thing I've been spouting this even in my public Twitter is what Erenville is gonna do. And I have this strange, I wouldn't say strange, that he might have something to do with the Beastmaster quest.
Oh, that's actually a very common theory that
That's
I've been
very-
Oh, it
seeing.
is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Very,
Okay.
very good thought.
Yeah, like
Okay,
he would
so
make,
it's-
because he's an expert with animals, he would make an excellent
Right.
Beastmaster.
He's so keen on his surroundings. It's like this dude is an animal whisperer or something.
I
He
don't
knows
like
his-
that theory because there are already Beastmasters in game.
Yeah, that's true.
Which ones? Like,
You haven't done the content yet.
no, I did not.
Yes, Beastmasters do exist as well as Geomancers. They've already been established as existing.
I knew about the Geos, but not the Beast.
Alright, Choco, do you have any thoughts, predictions here?
Most of them were hashed out during some of our discussions, up to and including, I would say as they call it, Asim's key. It's just like, okay, we got your key. Now where do you want it to go, and how are we going to travel to it? Which makes me wonder. I mean, we do have one big old shiny ship that we could probably use to go ahead and travel in.
I do think Yashul is gonna borrow the key.
A very close look at it, and a very long trip to a very particular first reflection type of thing, maybe. Yes.
It's my key. I don't want to give it to her.
I did have an initial thought with about the key when we ended the game, and I'm like, are we sure this is a good idea for us to hold on to and just like casually leave on the table like that?
Yeah, that was dumb.
I'm like, this thing has a lot of power. Are you sure you want me to like...
Right? It could get easily jacked.
I lose shit sometimes.
But to be fair, we've had several concussions.
Yeah, we have had several concussions. That is why I don't know if we're the safest choice to be holding on to this, but it does have our symbol on it, so it makes sense.
So I have actually one thing that it just popped into my head, and it's just like, after we defeat Sven, and we're all heading back, and the credits are rolling, her regulator is glowing.
Oh, yes, that is actually another prediction in Wild Theories. What do we think is happening with the Sphena crown?
I got nothing on that.
I wanted to ask that too, by the way.
Like, here's the thing. Here's my thought, now that I'm thinking about it and piecing it together. Look, we already have a means of data storage and data transfer. Hell, look at Cryle. Cryle has the earring. What if the regulator operates in almost in the exact same way?
So my thought... So you know how regulators store and manage memories as well as the soul, right?
Right.
Which means memories could still be in there, and we could try to use it to try to talk to her. To maybe learn more about the ninth, so we can go there and explore and maybe fix it.
Mm-hmm. Quite possibly, yes.
Yeah. And it pulsed because it's still active.
Yeah. Which just like, okay, that worries me. What do we do with it? Where do we put it? But because now it's still in living memory.
Yeah, we kind of just left it there. We just leave stuff all the time, and no good ever comes of it. Remember those eyes we threw into the pit we didn't think anybody could get into?
Oh,
Right. I know.
Yeah.
It's like, why would I want to leave an object emanating a lot of rage into the pit of Ishgard is the one thing, like...
In
that's been
fairness,
the
we were
back-
very naive back then. Now I would hope that we know better. Like, don't just either
yeah.
break it so it's like unrecoverable, or don't leave it there.
Being mean that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Runar says that the short story Hitler encounters a curious crystal that was created by Azem, specifically created by Azem to aid in travel, and Azem had created 14 concepts. So there's a lot of story about crystals. Interesting. Oh, and it was written before Dawntrail came out. Was it one of the side stories?
Yeah.
Okay, most recent short story for Endwalker. I'm scrolling up. Got it. Yeah, so Azem basically was confirmed to have, like, made some artifacts for funsies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Harry Potter and the freaking artifacts. No, I'm sorry to bring that, but...
No, that makes sense. You do go to very interesting questions, like, where are the other keys?
Yeah, it was whatever.
Runar has... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If
I have
this
a
key
theory,
unlocks
the Serpent of Toral and the Great Serpent are sundered. Oh! Ooh,
I do have a theory about... Okay, so for those who were there when we did the dungeon with a 4-person party, I do have a theory about the Great Serpent of Tural. If you notice, the Great Serpent of Tural uses Dubious Tuli Disaster, and one of Vali Garmanda's moves that they first use on you is Tuli Disaster. So my theory, my wild theory, y'all, is that Vali Garmanda is a corrupted Great Serpent.
Dude! I can get behind that.
I can get behind that too.
So when a Great Serpent goes crazy, you get a disaster, a disaster-causing giant serpent that wreaks havoc on an entire continent.
Heck yeah.
Huh. And consider the housing for both Valagamanda and the Greatest Serpent of Tural. Valagamanda is imprisoned. The Greatest Serpent of Tural is housed, is resting.
He's in his own house.
Yeah.
He's being worshipped.
Huh.
Unless he's a primal of something, like another tribe of Scree. I don't know.
The Tural are very much like,
Auspices?
close.
Yeah, they're basically auspices
Yeah.
of the East.
Yeah.
So, maybe there's obviously several Great Serpents because we had the Bounty Council. So, maybe one went crazy.
And that was Valigur Mantra.
And that became Vali Garmanda.
I'd be laughing if that was true.
It's my headcanon, and you can't change my mind otherwise.
Oh no, I like it though. I wish it was the real.
I'm hit with that. I like it.
In the House of Scree, we trust.
Yeah. So something tells me there's going to be some other theories and predictions in my head, but they are not coming to fore at the moment.
Still forming, still cooking.
Yeah, they might come in the future and be like, this will be for a different discussion.
Any other wild theories, predictions? Want to get off your chest?
Golden at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the next expansion, I hope I could dig more into that.
I definitely don't think they have it exactly planned out what they're doing for the next expansion because, again, spaghetti flying at the wall, see what sticks and what people like, trying to figure out their direction. Which is not the reason why I wanted to get out this discussion so that we could, on the off chance that a dev sees this and is looking for some info from the community, we can be helpful.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, the key theory is actually gonna be really, really come in handy for a lot of different things.
Yes. Runar also brings up a wild theory about a corrupted version of Azem that we may have to face way later. That is actually a recent theory that I have heard from a big streamer, that, we may have to go and this is something that I definitely thought as well. Like, part of the journey of Azem is that we may have to go to other reflections, and in doing that, it's pretty likely we're going to run into other versions of us, right? And we either team up with them or fuse with them or what have you. But the wild theory that this other person put out was that what if one of them turns evil?
Dude, Runar, Dude,
shoot
Runar,
down
I
the
know
fusing
what.
theory right now because of how limit breaks work.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Cinti?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot down the fusing
Mm-hmm.
because of how limit break works.
Because of Dynamis?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to control Dynamis if we get thicker.
Oh. Yeah, they wouldn't allow that. We're already pretty
makes
thick,
sense.
though.
Yep.
And our limit break
That's
works
what-
pretty okay.
That's why I don't think we're gonna get any thicker.
Hmm. That's entirely possible.
Well, I mean, everything else is plausible. And fun. I'm not personally gonna entertain it, but it is a fun idea.
It is. Yeah. I do think that like the odds of us going several expansions, be it in this story set or another one, and not running into another reflection of a Zem, highly unlikely. Like we're definitely we would have to run into one. It would be weird not to. A Zem being what we are, and being someone who travels and goes out of their way to talk to people, would be really weird if we went traveling and didn't run into ourselves.
Yeah.
Creator of Black Orosite is still out there. Ooh. What are we referring to as Black Orosite? Yeah.
Because that kind of reminds me of there's still a dark crystal. You know how like Hydaelyn had a light crystal?
Yeah.
There's still a dark version of that somewhere.
Oh, the heart is the beak. Okay. Manipulates emotions, enhance it 100-fold. Yes. Yeah, we don't quite know who made that. There's a lot. There could potentially be many more ancient artifacts that we don't know about that are out there, because if some survived, there's obviously going to be more somewhere. They could be buried. We don't know. You think the creator is the FF7 boss? Yeah, that'd be really cool, but they've been pretty hesitant to like bring in 7. Who knows? Maybe when part 3 of the remake comes out, who knows? Maybe they'll do some kind of. And they're really careful about choosing when and how they implement references to prior Final Fantasies now. All right. Before we wrap up, we're gonna do together as a group a rating card. So now that we've had a chance to talk about the expansion, I'll pull up another screenshot later. Let's do a Dawntrail rating card, and we can rate this together. Oh, Yoshida specifically mentioned not to bring them in until the dev team is finished with remake part. Okay. So we're gonna let's rate the expansion. Let's condense everything that we've talked about into how we really feel. For a quick summary for anybody who asked how was Dawntrail, to give them as much of a fair assessment as we can. Out of 5, how would you rate the story? The storytelling.
No, we're breaking it down
We're breaking it down.
to different categories.
Yes.
I wasn't prepared for that.
If you've ever seen one of my rating cards, you should be prepared. You can actually pull up the stream if you want to see what I'm looking at here.
It's tiny.
It's tiny.
Yeah.
I could make it bigger. I wanted to make sure that we were visible too, but I can make this bigger for you. All right, so how would you rate the story out of 5?
3.5.
I'd say a 3.
Coco?
I would also say 3.5.
Yeah, all right. Cinti, do you think 3.5 is too much?
I said 3.5.
Oh, I thought I only heard 3 from you. All right, so 3.5.
That way.
I said 3.
Oh,
sorry.
you said 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Atway, what makes this a 3 instead of a 3.5 for you?
Like I said, everyone had a lot of really good points that they pointed out, like the whole you know, like some parts of the characters could be better. You know, like the pacing, like everyone complained about the pacing, which was
Mhm.
another huge issue with me, and also the lack of some background lore, and including like, um, you know, the whole concept of familial ties with people was it wasn't really explored as much as I wanted it to be. Um, but overall, it was just a pacing issue with me the whole
Mm.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the pacing definitely like is what keeps it from being anything higher than a 4.
Yeah.
I say for me, I do feel inclined to agree with the 3.5, just because like there are some side stories that I think were done really, really well.
I do think the role quests were pretty fun.
Yeah,
so
and the role
what-
quests were also fun.
yeah.
That's true too. So I think I don't want to like. I feel like that deserves like a little bit of redemption, just because like some of the extra stuff was really good, even though there were like several plot holes, several issues with the main story,
And I'm
particularly on
probably-
pacing.
Yeah, and I'm probably not as far as some of these guys are yet with the side quests, so I'm still kind of digging in there.
Fair.
You didn't bring up plot holes.
There were some plot holes though. We can
I
always.
don't remember them.
Yeah.
But I remember there being there.
I do remember them being there. I just can't think of them specifically.
My brain personally didn't catch them. It's just there are some cases that were probably like disjointed, but sort of holes, maybe not so much.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take a little bit more off, so it's like just under 3.5. Because we had like 1 3 and 2 3 and like a couple 3.5. All right, next visuals. What did you think about Dawntrail visually?
Best one so far.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful, yes.
God damn yes.
It is. Yeah.
I mean, you had to take into account that this expansion did bring in a visual update.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that is one of the things.
That
Whatever.
being the case, like I do think it was very well designed visually.
I do approve of a lot of the updates to a lot of the races. This expansion made me appreciate Ellison even more so, and at the same time, it also made me appreciate Lalafells even more so. Oh my goodness! Like characters look so good for this, and this place was exploring to Yogg-Total, Zaktoral, even Solution 9 and everything else in that area. It's just like it's a blast to explore.
Smooth chins.
Yes.
How long did Yoshi P stay on the cheeks and stuff?
Yeah. If this was, I would say, I think it's fair to say, if this is anything less than 5 out of 5 for visuals, there would have been a problem.
Right?
And I think Yoshida would have taken that very personally.
Oh yeah, so solid
Yes.
5 on visuals. It is a beautiful game.
Okay. Next rating, music. I know we had some thoughts about music and the usage of it.
Well, are you like asking about the new tracks, or you're asking about
Music and the expansion in general, so anything to do with
how
the music.
it was used?
Yeah. No, both. Like, so tracks and usage of them.
If we're gonna include the last part, I might lower my score.
I'm not going to tell you what my score is right now, so. At White Choco, thoughts?
You go first.
Why me? Oh, okay. I guess 3.5 or 4. I'm gonna say 4.
Choco?
4.5. The reason why it doesn't get to that 5 is the usage of it. There are some places where it's just felt just a little bit out of place, but outside of that, for me, the music was one of my favorite things of this expansion.
Wait,
I
so-
absolutely loved it.
There were tracks you didn't dislike?
Yeah, actually, yeah, there were tracks that I didn't dislike. Like there wasn't anything out me that in the expansion as a whole that really like stuck out against me. That really just like it's a sore thumb for me.
Okay,
it's
let me
just-
ask you a question.
Okay.
Can you remember Zone 1, Zone 2's music off the top of your head?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Kozamaoka, yes. Probably because of the fact of how, again, the rich colorfulness of it is just like it stuck with me a little more. However, for me, Or like we're talking about like zone 1 and zone 2.
Yeah.
So
Can you
we're not-
remember the music themes at all?
Let me go ahead and take a look. In terms of like names, not quite off the top of my head. In terms of feeling how they were actually like more very chill, like kind of like getting things going type of thing. And so they may not be as, I would say, memorable, but they weren't like offensive to my ears.
And you think the fact that they weren't memorable makes you score it that high? How would you place memorability in your scoring?
It's just, for me personally, it's just like how I feel about it. And it's just like, is it evocative for me to go ahead and like listen to it? It's like, ooh,
So you're saying it's not much of a factor for you?
in terms of memorability, not terms of it's the feel. It is literally just the feel for it. Like, again, like for me, it's just like if it comes to like certain things like that, like then yeah, it has to stick. It has to be like, if I hear this music, I'll be like, yeah, here we go. Is it gonna be like that type of feeling for me? Did that make sense?
It makes sense.
Mhm.
I was just, wanting you to elaborate on your scoring.
That's fair.
Cindy?
4.
4?
4.
We have 2 4s, a 4 and a 5, and a 4.5. I would say a 4 as well. Definitely because of the usage. I didn't necessarily dislike any of the tracks, but like, like I think like the more that I've gotten into it, some of it was just not as impactful as past expansions for. Well, that being said, if we count the raids, that actually redeems it and gives it another half point. So I'm kind of like in between 4 and 4.5 for that reason.
It was very nice.
Dungeon was pretty good too. Oh, actually, the battle music in this expansion was really good.
Yes.
And like in some of the past expansions, it's been kind of like it was like kind of but like battle music at this time was really good.
Hot take: the regular battle music for Dawntrail had the same kind of a memorable feeling for me as the regular battle music for Stormblood.
Oh,
How's that a
Stormblood
hot
has.
take?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right, so anyway, I'm gonna put this at about like a 4.25 to kind of average this out. All right, next, pacing and immersion into the story. How into it did you get into it?
Okay. Kat, it's my bad. Kat, go ahead and start with this.
Oh, actually, I was gonna ask you to start first, but sure.
Oh, my bad. Okay. See, in terms of being immersed in the story, legit love getting myself involved in the story. Legit love exploring everything, going to different places, seeing the people. Oh god, the food. Oh my god, the food. And even like going into places like Heritage Found and going to places like Station 9. Heritage Found first. Like, it brought me back to so much 9. With a whole entire different twist, like what happened, what's going on. Is there a way for me to go ahead and try to fix something, like fix things going on in here? So I was really invested with it because of that.
So what would you rate
it?
it?
For me is the pacing, and it's just the way how it was like kind of off. And so I would see, this is a harder thing for me.
You need a minute?
I'm leaning to about either. I feel like a 3.5 would actually be fair for this one. It's not quite a 4 because that would mean that it's like the pacing is good, but something else is a little bit off. But it's just like a big part of it is the immersion that saved it for me.
Fair. Cinti, your thoughts?
Similar thoughts. I mean, if it was just pacing by itself, then I would have an answer for you right away. But since we're factoring immersion as well, nothing about the game was too immersion breaking. But the parts that were super immersion breaking, as I smile. Yeah, like yeah, immersion makes it hard because like I have to like give it a higher score than I normally would have. You know what? Screw it. Screw immersion. If your game isn't immersive, I wouldn't be playing.
Fair.
I'm gonna give
Very
it a
fair.
3.
Or we wouldn't be doing this review.
Very fair.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a 3.5. We got a 3. Wait, what are your thoughts?
You know, I feel almost a 3.5 as well. The reason is like the expansion has a lot of potential for, you know, more improvements on some of the, maybe the dungeons or, well, you know, like there's more potential for it to explore the lore a bit, you know, that wasn't explained in the first part. Like maybe if, like for me, I felt the pacing was just so-so, but I had more fun exploring the environments rather. I thought that was my favorite part of the whole thing.
The seeds are there. They
The
just need to
scenes
be
are
able to
gorgeous.
recover.
I just loved exploring. That's what I could say. But I feel there's a lot that could be explained in the next expansion. So
That would be
You
the
know,
next
I-
expansion, though. We're only looking at this one.
yeah.
Oh, like in future patches?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can rate patches separately, but we're rating like
I
just the
feel-
base.
Sorry, I feel my rating is inconclusive in a way, because I want to be able to learn more what they're gonna do next. I guess.
We had a 3, a 3.5. I'm kind of sitting at I want to say a 3, because just like some of the pacing was really bad. And then there was definitely some immersion breaking stuff for me where, like, particularly with like music choices, as we discussed, and then also dialogue options to keep me into my RP of my Warrior of Light. I didn't really get enough of that. Like I said, like they definitely like they definitely like shoehorned us a bit more than they usually do, and I was like, okay. So I will put us at about 3.25 here. Well, and this is one that we didn't really talk about too much during this particular panel, but we can address it more in the future, perhaps. Maybe when more people have had experience with, you know, the rest of the jobs. But job enjoyment. How did you like playing the game as your job? What do you think? What do you think?
They didn't change anything.
Didn't change a thing for you. Wait, what about you?
Ooh, more guns. I can always use more guns. But then that means I'd have to relearn the weaving of everything. Like, you know, I had to retool 1, 2, 3. Like all my cooldowns, I have to be able to accumulate while not breaking the, you know, the buffs. I still have to like relearn the rotation for 100 because there's a lot they added in. But overall, it's fun. You hit so hard. And Chainsaw is great too. They added the revolter. Yeah.
Yes. Give me a number, Cinti and Atwhite.
Oh.
Mechanically, they didn't really. They like added like maybe 1 or 2 things, and then they spruced up some animations. I mean, how do you even rate job enjoyment?
Did you have fun with your job, or was there something about it that annoyed you? I can give you an example if you need one.
Nothing about it annoyed me, but they didn't really change anything. So, like, how am I supposed to rate something?
I'll give
that
you an
didn't really
example.
change?
I had fun with White Mage, but my issue with Dragoon specifically, they took away my jump. Well, one of my jumps, one of my big jumps. I'm less fun.
Oh.
That loses a point for that. And also, like, the gap closers, like, losing damage, also less fun. So, it's a 4.5.
Oh, they took away the jump for White
Yeah.
Mage?
No, they took away the jump for Dragoon.
Oh,
My
no.
main melee class is Dragoon, and they took away Spine Shatter Dive. So now it's just a dash gap closer instead of a jump, and I'm like, I hate this. Why would you take away a jump from a Dragoon?
What they do.
I mean, they didn't really do anything to paladins, I really can't say, but for Ast, every expansion, I dislike any Ast changes. They should just go back to original Ast. So, I don't know. So I'm neutral and then a negative. So where would that land me? 2?
I mean, if you want to say 2, you can.
2?
2? Alright. Wait, still thinking?
No, I feel it's a solid 4.5.
4.5?
Only thing is, I still wish we had party utility more. That's all I ask.
Oh yeah.
I do miss that, yeah.
They keep taking that away too.
Choco, we didn't got your thoughts yet.
Yeah.
I'd stand up for this one.
We finally did a ranged attack.
Oh yeah, monk quality of life went up.
You get raised.
The unfortunate thing about the monk's range attack, which is fire supply, you get that at level 100. So
Oh
you have
my
to wait
God.
a long time for it. But their ranged attack is very similar to refresh my memory as the ninja's frog. What they call the frog.
Nobody uses the frog.
It's not so really anything, but it's similar to that. It actually has some pretty solid damage. They also have another line AoE after they do their riddle of wind, which is I think it's wind's rumination, I believe that's what it is. And they have more party utility, which is they get a chance to offer a little bit more healing on top of the mantra that they go ahead and have. And so Monk very much came a mixture between extra damage and a little bit more support. Like they hit much harder.
You say that, but I am remembering the run that we did yesterday with the 2 monks, and where you both kept dying, and I had to actually heal and do work.
We still have a problem with dodging. I'm not going to deny that. But in terms of us being able to make up for lost time, that much is actually pretty good. And that's just like the main job enjoyment. I think they got lucky with me. The one thing I dislike is that they took away a lot of the gap closers for tanks in terms of like them, as you mentioned, them doing damage. Just like now they're just a gap closer, like what we monks have with Thunderclap.
Thank God Warrior kept it.
Yeah, Warrior still has the gap close.
Warrior's the Unga Bunga. You take away damage from the warrior. What's the point of being a warrior?
We're not Unga Bunga
Right?
anymore. Yeah.
Also, props to Dawntrail for making Warrior even more awesome, especially with the trial, with Wukamon's trial, and the new jobs. Pictomancer is just fucking intense.
Oh yeah, I do have fun with Picto.
It's just getting a chance to play and paint with it and do damage. Oh, the damage is satisfying with Picto, and you're just going nuts with Viper. You're just you're spamming one button and spamming another, getting that big button in. The loop force for Viper is actually pretty good. In terms of enjoyment, again, with the way how gap closers for damage were taken away from tanks, that does take it down to a 4.5 for me. But it's if that wasn't there, it would be a 5 for me, proper.
All right. So we have 4.5, 4.5, and 2. I was gonna say 4.5, but actually, I don't like the new gap closers aside from Dragoon. Even on other classes, not a fan. Just not.
Yeah.
And Picto is fun. I do really like Picto. Viper's not that exciting. It's just kind of hit the buttons that light up.
Yeah. And just remember where you're positioned. That's
Yeah.
literally it.
And also Ast, it's so boring. I used to even in Endwalker, I did enjoy playing Ast a little bit, but this time I'm just I don't like Ast. I'd rather play Sage, and that's weird for me because I don't play shield healers. It's not something I enjoy, but I'd rather learn Sage than try to learn whatever they're trying to get us to do with Ast. It's not my favorite. So after playing more jobs, I think I did originally rate this a 4.5 on my own, but after experiencing more jobs, I think overall I'm sitting at more of a 3.5. So I think that kind of averages out roughly to a 3 maybe for us collectively. Can we agree on that?
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Put us at a 3. All right, and then last but not least on the ratings themselves, game and story identity. How unique was the story for y'all? And like just rating it on a scale of 1 to 5. Let's start with Choco.
It's a Final Fantasy 14 game. Everything that has happened is very much in line with Final Fantasy 14. It's very much in line with Final Fantasy in general, in terms of fantastical stuff happening. In the case with how it is right now, in terms of like the fact that it's called Dawntrail. Us talking about it and you guys mentioning that, you know, it's like, wait, that's the key is Asm's symbol, and the symbol in general for like Dawntrail is that of the sun. We are basically starting a whole new adventure. Granted, it felt like it's like, oh, we're just gonna be taking a back seat. It's like, no, like this is very much a new adventure. Rocky as it is, very similar to how Realm Reborn was. It's still a start, and it still has so much potential for it. So, in terms of like, you know, like this game and story identity, it hasn't changed for me, and it just makes me want to go ahead and see more of it. I just want to make sure that it's like with future patches and everything else, to just do a better job with it. So that would put me at about roughly a 4 for that one.
Okay. Cindy?
Story. And story identity. What is story identity?
How unique is this game and story to you? Is it just another
first
copy
half-
pasta of another game? Or is it, you know, pretty unique?
First half was pretty copy pastas of themes I've seen in anime. So yeah, nothing really unique there. I mean, of course they gave it their twist, but I've seen like all these motifs and is motif not motif? Tropes.
Yeah.
Tropes. I've seen all these tropes before, so yeah. It's the problem is I've seen these tropes and other media has done it better for the first half at least.
No, that's
Second
completely
half was
fair. That's
pretty good.
exactly what this question is asking.
Oh, okay. But the second half is pretty good. Kind of makes up for the first half. I guess I'd give it a 4.
Alright, Atway?
I would say, you know, the first part of Dawntrail, it's just more or less of the same. No, I wouldn't say the same thing. Like you're venturing with an NPC, like you're helping out a homie, like, and you're on new land at this point. You know, you're establishing yourself. But when you get, like, you know, it's all about the. I guess after the oh gosh, I already forget what the contest is called.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Sorry, I don't remember what the Dawn Servant trial or what. I'll just call it Dawn Servant trial for now.
Oh, Goddess Succession. There we go. My bad.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So after all that, but when it got to the oh fuck stuff, that's when it started to get pretty interesting, I guess. You know, you need a bit of destruction to make it more interesting, I guess. I promise I'm not terrorist, but it's yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of the whole stuff with living memory, that whole thing just got way more interesting afterwards. The end part of it, I mean.
How would you rate it?
So what I mean to say, to summarize, I felt the first part was more of a cookie cutter kind of story, and then the second part was just like, well, now we're picking it up, you know. I would say a 3.5 for this.
I largely feel the same. The first half of the game, it's nothing new. Nothing like
yeah.
It's all very stuff that we've done before, stuff we've seen before, and the fact that like the entire expansion was basically a rehash of the last 10 years, largely unexciting for being unique. They were, you know, it's just, you know, you're just trying to. It felt like a recap episode. Felt like
Yeah,
filler.
that's
So
why,
it felt like
that's
filler.
why I said cookie cutter.
Yes,
effect.
exactly. So like just kind of based on that, I would rate it at a 3 normally. But if we kind of look at the latter half, there was some unique part of that, and like that's where they actually started like developing like proper like new MSQ, new exciting stuff. So obviously like that's a bit more redeeming. And then now we have like, you know, after like checking out some side quests and like the raids and things, like there's some like new concepts and things for us to deal with, and new consequences that we're going to have to address on like how Solution 9 is going to function hereafter. So that leaves room for some, you know, unique challenges to the story. So I think I'm pretty comfortable in putting it on 3.5 to 4 as well. So we have 2 4s, 3.5, and then like in between the two. So I'm going to put us at about like 3 3/4 or a little more than that. Just take a little sliver off.
While you're rating it, Atway brought up a very interesting point. It's just like when you hit up to you know, Heritage Found and everything else, where everything starts to get like, oh, this is where the story starts to kick in. That's almost always when you're watching other people play Final Fantasy 14, and every other emotional vampire comes in. You're like, welcome to A Realm Reborn after the banquet. Welcome to Heaven's Ward after the vaults. Welcome to Stormblood after pretty early actually.
Meanwhile, in Team Golbez, like, have any of you guys, sorry to derail, like,
Yeah.
every time we did the post Endwalker thing, it's like, I always get this funny, like, I always have this, like, funny image in my head, like, meanwhile, in Team Golbez, and they're just, like, huddling in a campfire.
They
like,
are.
Right.
yeah, but very comedically.
I'm actually going to stop us from derailing any further. We have about 27 minutes until raid, and we need to kind of wrap up here so that we can have a break. So we're going to finish up. Yeah, and I do think that Runar brought up a very good point that yes, the story was handled in a very careful way to respect the original. So that is a good point. That is partially why I would not, even though it is nothing new for story, I would not rate it below a 3 for the beginning half, because they were very respectful about that. All right. Next part, classifications. How would we kind of classify the game? There's some different kind of categories and this is to help people kind of understand like what kind of expansion this is, and like, you know, if they're going into this and looking for a recommendation, like, is this kind of the vibe they're looking for? Funny, action, cinematic, food, reading, emotional, banger music, platformer, shooters, like we've all these different categories. How would you all classify the game? We'll try to keep this, you know, brief. You don't need to go into too much depth explanation. Just how would you classify the game? Let's start with Atwhite.
Okay. So, can you repeat, like, specifically, what you're asking, on the...
Yeah, so here, let me like throw up some examples here. So there's a lot of different like little stickers that we have to kind of help classify what kind of game this is, so that for other people who are, you know, kind of looking into like, should I play Dawntrail? What are the vibes of the game essentially? Like, what kind of game is it? So there's like you know, basic game categories, if you can think about it. There's action, it has good replay value, it's a platformer, funny, it's cinematic, there's food in it, it's a really good food game, it's a mystery, there's puzzles, it's emotional, it's a cozy chill game, there's a lot of reading involved, there's banger music, it's cute, it's spooky, that kind of thing. What kind of like tags essentially would you give it to somebody?
Okay, first you got me at food, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really love food and you want to learn about a bit of the culture when it's respectfully implemented, I'd say Dawntrail's a pretty good start. But, you know, if you're new to the game, still, you know, play through I'm gonna remind you, don't need to do explanations because we gotta go a little bit quicker here. Just what categories would you use?
Check the say.
Yeah, I guess food, culture, you know, I will say my biggest bias would be.
All right, I don't have a culture one, but we do have food here. Okay, Choco, what kind of labels would you give Dawntrail? if you had to try to explain the expansion to somebody?
If you want an expansion that is action-packed, emotional, very much one for those that are lore files. You want some that has a lot of music, passion, but also something that makes you hungry. Definitely go ahead and play Dawntrail.
All right, banger music. We're gonna add that one. All right, and then Cinti, what kind of tags would you add?
ARR. That's my tag.
We don't have a tag for that for classifications. We have very generic tags for games. I would say, was there good humor? I originally said that there was good humor, but I can't for the life of me really remember it anymore.
I
There's some
like
pretty,
the humor of this too, actually.
pretty funny. All right, we'll leave funny in there then. Definitely cinematic. There's obviously a lot of cutscenes, so I think that one deserves a place in here as well. All right, so the tags we have are: it's funny, there's banger music, there's some good food in here, it's a good food game, there's some action going on in the game, it's emotional, especially living memory for a lot of people. I saw a lot of people break during that, which was fun. And then cinematic. Okay. Now, how would we describe this for people? Like, play this if you like, and my original notes here, like, play this if you like tacos, sci-fi, dystopian society, and challenging battles. Cinti, give me some descriptions that you think people that like. If people like certain things, then what kind of things would you say that if people like this, then they should play Dawntrail? And also related to that, if they don't like certain things, maybe skip Dawntrail.
Oh, jeez, man. You didn't include any of this earlier.
I did make a reference to my rating card, and I was expecting you guys to go look at them, actually, but nobody did.
What's a rating card? Play this if you like tacos, agree. Sci-fi, agree. Dystopian society, agree. Challenging battle? Get good. That's all I have to say on that one.
I like that everyone agreed on the food.
Oh yes.
Food, yeah, food was a big part on this, so yeah. Sorry, I'm not being original here, just agreeing with what's up on there.
That's fair.
I mean, did you do, Cyberpunk?
I did, originally.
Okay, alright. Had good, if you like summer vibes.
Oh yes.
And, I mean, music generally is good. Maybe skip if you don't like, let's see what you guys put in there already. Clingy, whiny characters and plot holes? Yeah. Skip if you don't like story games or world building. Because people want action a lot of the times. Oh, that's one of the critiques I forgot to give. Not enough gameplay, too much story.
True.
Gameplay doesn't even have to be battling
Right.
per se. But like I said with the cutscene train, that could have just instantly became a nice little what's the Gold Saucer game again? Air Force One shooting game? Yeah, so yeah. Skip if you like gameplay.
Skip if you don't like lack of gameplay. There we go. Wait, do you have anything to add?
I was almost gonna say it has a very summery vibes to it, so, you know, if you love
Oops,
that...
I wrote cyber vibes instead of summer vibes, my bad.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Summer, I mean. And I guess if you love sci-fi stuff, Blade Runner is another, I guess, another additional factor. Then yeah, totally give it a shot.
All right, Choco, do you have anything to add on how you would describe the game?
Okay, in terms of like what you like, all of that on top of shonen things. If you're familiar with a lot of shonen manga, shonen storylines, if you like shonen themes, this is a very shonen story.
I don't know about that one. I mean, I agree with you that it is very shonen, But remember how I was talking about I've seen other media do certain tropes better?
Here's the funny thing. That's also a thing if you don't like it.
Oh yeah, if you don't like shonen. Okay, yeah, that's
if
good.
you don't like shonen, it is both a plus. It's just like, and also like maybe skip if you don't like shonen themes. Yeah,
The
that's
double-edged
basically
sword.
it. It is
Yeah.
a double-edged sword.
Nice. Oh
Yeah.
man, that's a very good point there. I love it.
I love that we have it in both. That's lovely. All right, any notes that we want to add to let people know about how we scored this? I was just, mine was me complaining about the Dragoon jumps and then also the issues with the music usage.
How would you describe or tell somebody, even though this game is being criticized to hell, it's not as bad as the criticism makes it?
By just saying that.
In the end, it's like an enjoyable experience. But I don't know. There's a lot of overreaction going on.
The thing for me, I'm just here for the ride, you know? Like, I always go with less expectations and I'll decide myself, you know? Like, I don't like to follow what people say as much.
So would you
wherever.
agree with the note that even though we are criticizing the game, it is still enjoyable and worth a try?
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
If I may add a little bit more to it, to keep with the food theme, think of it like a wet burrito. It's messy, so there are some places where it just drips and gets everywhere, and you might be a little upset eating it, but you go ahead and actually take a bite and take your time to go ahead and digest it, you'll find the excellent notes inside of it.
Oh my god, you guys are making me hungry.
I'm so sorry. That's actually
It's like a wet burrito,
He's
messy
not
but
sorry.
still enjoyable. Okay. And
That's actually
Over-
a perfect analogy.
Yeah,
Yes.
actually, yeah, it is.
all right, and then for a overall rating out of 10, how would you rate the game? No explanation needed, just give it a score out of 10. Choco.
Give me that 8. That is a very, very solid one.
A solid 8.
Cinti?
Or 7.5.
7.5
Out of 10 or 20?
out of 10.
Out of 10.
Out of 10.
Okay, yeah, 7.5.
All right, so let's average that to like a 7.8 out of 10. I also rated it an 8. Now I need to try to take off a little bit over 1/5 of this parfait here. Eyeballing it. Yep, there we go. Okay. And then, last but not least, any last comment that you just have. It could be something silly or funny, something that you have to say about Dawntrail. I said scree because I did this after I did the dungeon.
Do it for Buckle Jaja. I don't know.
How the hell did I write the comment? Do it.
Want to know a funny thing? After playing the game,
Yes.
Bakujaga rules.
Hey, you piggybacked off of my answer.
It works. It works. I am echoing it.
Do it for Buckle Jaja. He rules. Everybody agree on that?
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. That is
I
our
hope
rating.
Rin-
I will save it. It will get uploaded to the stream Discord. That's kind of going to do it for us. We're going to do last minute outros. Everybody, just do your quick shout out. Remind people who you are, where they can find you if you want them to find you. And say any final messages for chat and anybody who stuck around and watch this to the end. Cinti.
You can find me on Twitter at Neoneko. You can find me on Twitch at Neoneko. And that's it. That's all I do. I occasionally stream 14, and I call myself a 14 streamer, but let's be real, I'm a Hoyo. I play Hoyo mostly on stream.
Wait.
Hello guys, I am at White in this game. I also have the same name as on my Twitter hold, but if you want to find my main Twitter, it is Chomama, CHOU and Mama. And then I'm also an artist as well, and I will stream sometimes depending how I feel, but I'm very casual, so Yeah.
Thank you. And Choco.
Being Choco, I am a variety streamer. I've streamed Final Fantasy 14 along with a whole bunch of other different games. You can find me at DatBlackBear86 on Twitch, or my long-standing moniker Choco Thunder up on Twitter. And outside of that, I can't think of very much else. Thank you so much, Parfait, for this. This was amazing.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Definitely want to do more of this again, maybe with a little bit more structure now that I kind of know how we're handling this and reacting, and that how much on track I need to keep everybody. In comes the chocolate under the steel chair. Yes. All right. Hi, I'm your host, Sparkling Parfait on Twitch. Also, you can find me there on YouTube, and this will go up raw in its entirety to Sparkling Parfait VoDs, which actually has the most subscribers right now because I don't put a lot on my main channel on YouTube. But on Twitch, we are Sparkling Parfait, and I think on Twitter, I'm like Kirameki Parfait, which is my in-game character. Yep, that's right, Kirameki Parfait. I stream a variety of things, including 14. We are together collectively the Star Onion Brigade, and that is why we are called SOBR for the Star Onion Brigade review. This was our pilot episode of a potential podcast or show, whatever you want to call it. I don't quite know what this is going to develop into, but it is a group discussion that y'all are welcome to contribute to, so that we can, discuss, compare notes and not echo chamber. So that was the goal. Thank you all.
Some echo chamber.
There's a little bit of echo chamber, but we get a little bit more variety from other people this way, and the more people we can get on and more direction, like maybe next time we'll cut down the topics, I think, then we can expand a little bit more. But yeah, this was a good experiment. To look forward to doing it again. We can definitely, after people catch up, talk more about jobs and role quests, dungeons, raids, those kind of things, and of course, future.
Oh yeah.
Thank you all for joining me. Hope you guys had a good time.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I wish it took better notes.
It was so good.
Totally okay. Now we know what to look for in the future. Chat, that's going to do it for this stream. We are going to go offline for a few minutes while we prepare for raid at 8 o'clock, which is in like 10 minutes. Yeah, thank y'all for joining. Don't go anywhere. There's no raid. Somebody cancel?
Yes.
Okay, somebody canceled. Never mind, there's no raid. So we should raid out to somebody else, perhaps. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, there's no raid. Alright. That's gonna do it for our episode then. Thank y'all for joining, and thank you very much for the chat participation as well. That definitely added some additional insights that was really the goal here. To get more insight and thoughts. Thank you so much. More stuff to chat about with you. Yes.
We brought up a lot of great stuff to talk about, so we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
When are you?
Yes. All right. So that's going to do it for us for the evening. Thank you everybody who came by today. Much appreciated. Check out all the lovely people here who stream. I'll throw out your shout outs into the YouTube links as well when the VOD gets uploaded. But that's going to do it for us. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, folks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yo.
Bye.